guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance defended the ICE agent in yesterday's Minneapolis shooting, saying Renee Good was trying to ram him with her car.
This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace.
Vance blamed Democrats and the far-left network for demonizing law enforcement, noting the agent was seriously wounded. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries slammed DHS Secretary Kristi Noem over the Minneapolis ICE shooting, calling the killing of 37-year-old Renee Good an abomination.
We support the removal of violent felons from this country who are here illegally. But that's not what this administration has been doing under the so-called leadership of Kristi Noem, who's a stone-cold liar.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said the shooting appears unjustified. President Trump says the U.S. will always be there for NATO, even if they won't be there for us. The president touted the nation's support for NATO in a post on Truth Social.
As member countries raise concerns over his administration's ambitions to acquire Greenland, which is a self-governing Danish territory. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen warned a U.S. attack on NATO would mark the end of the alliance. Trump's post also highlighted efforts to get other member countries to pay 5% of their GDP. He claimed without him as president, Russia would have taken all of Ukraine. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The House passed a bill extending Obamacare subsidies for 3 years, with 17 Republicans joining Democrats in a 230-196 vote. The move aims to stop premiums from doubling for millions. The Senate is expected to reject this. Lawmakers are still negotiating a smaller compromise.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped 270 points. The S&P 500 rose less than a point, and the Nasdaq dropped 104 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Elon Musk says Senator Rand Paul is the only Washington figure who gets it on government spending. Musk criticized Trump's massive One Big Beautiful Bill, calling fiscal responsibility key, while highlighting the GOP's ongoing struggle to balance traditional conservatism with Trump-era priorities. San Diego County has launched a permanent wastewater surveillance system to track infectious diseases.
The program publishes weekly data on COVID, influenza A and B, and RSV, with plans to expand to several other common diseases. Funded by a $2.5 million federal grant, the system also monitors high-risk drugs like cocaine and methamphetamine. Daily samples are collected from the county's largest wastewater plant in Point Loma, as well as smaller plants in Carlsbad and South Bay. The program allows public health officials to detect viral trends more quickly than traditional reporting and preserves samples for future retrospective analysis. I'm Chris Powers.
A New York judge is rejecting Harvey Weinstein's latest attempt to get his sex crime conviction overturned.
The disgraced movie producer appeared in court Thursday in Lower Manhattan, where the judge rejected his request for a new trial. Weinstein was convicted in June of sex assault involving one woman. His lawyers argue there was jury misconduct after a lot of tension was on display in the courtroom during deliberations last spring. Jurors were fighting and two claim they were pressured to convict Weinstein. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
What do you say? How about that? Bada boom, bada bing. Here comes Friday. I've been kind of confused on what day it is. The holidays, the short work weeks, long weekends. Hey, we're about to wrap up a full work week as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. So welcome aboard. We turn the page on the calendar. Day number 9 in the month of January in this new year 2026, wrapping up the first full work week of the year. So, hi there. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Unbelievable. Nearly 60 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. 9th day of January, the midnight hour, nearly 60 degrees. I'll take it. And we'll keep it for a couple days. Yeah, the trade-off will be some wind and some rain in the mix, off and on through the weekend, before reality check. Winter returns in earnest next week. Now we can see one of our systems tonight that's bringing a mixed bag of precipitation. We're talking a lot of rain with all these warmer temperatures. Rain all the way up into portions of Wisconsin. Well, that would be eastern portions of Wisconsin. The cold air on the backside, the western, northwest flank, it's snow in that region. So we do see winter weather advisories for north central and northeastern Wisconsin tonight. With the heavy rains in the central and southern portions of the state, there are flood watches in place for that region. It's a little bit of everything. First of all, the warm-up, which is actually going to be peaking late this week over much of the eastern USA before that colder air surges back in. That chill's going to push from the plains into the Midwest and Northeast. The key question, will it come with a major snowstorm or two? Through the end of the week here, we continue to see temperatures 10, 20 degrees above average for this time of year. Areas in the south continue, as they have been for several days, challenging record high temperatures, surging to record levels across parts of the plains earlier this week. As the warm air began to establish, Tuesday of this week, we saw temperatures well into the 70s and 80s from Texas across the southern plains to the lower Mississippi Valley. This past day, Thursday, records dating back were again challenged from Texas to Georgia, the Carolinas. Here in the Ohio Valley in the Northeast, not challenging record highs, but indeed still running well above average. We see temperatures forecast to be in the 50s for New York City and Philadelphia, 60s in Washington, D.C. for your Friday. Records will again be challenged across the southeast and as far north as maybe portions of the Ohio Valley. Friday night's temperatures will feel more like April or early May, with the continued southerly breeze bringing the warmer air from the south well to the north. Overnight lows, 40s, even 50s, forecast in parts of the northeast. We'll see lows in the 60s in the southeast as this storm travels from the north over the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence Valley. Temperatures starting the day unusually high. Many locations in the coastal northeast will see highs in the 40s, 50s, could even see some lower 60s come Saturday. Now, some colder air will sweep in behind the storm, finishing up in the northeast over the weekend. AccuWeather tells us in many cases the colder air here arriving toward mid-January, not nearly as harsh as we saw with the polar vortex back in December. The upcoming surge of cold will undoubtedly be kind of a shock to folks in the southern U.S., right on the heels of these record-challenging highs. Atlanta, you're reaching the upper 60s and lower 70s for another couple of days. Saturday, highs on Sunday still running at least, Sunday, 20 degrees cooler, highs near 50. The temperature drop a little less dramatic in the upper Midwest and New England. Readings not rising as much this week. Chicago, for instance, your forecast to drop from the middle 50s from highs this past day into the middle 40s here on Friday, only into the upper 30s come Saturday. That's the cold air wrapping around on the backside of this storm. New York City, you may not get to return to near historical average until about Monday. The normal average high this time of year would be about 40 degrees. The upcoming pattern looks like we're going to see quick waves of cold sweeping through the Midwest and the Northeast. The magnitude of the cold very much dependent on whether we have a storm around the middle of the month with another to follow. Larger storms tend to pull cold air in the wake. In any case, we could see some heavy snow across portions of the Appalachians, northern and western suburbs of major I-95 corridor cities in the Northeast, if all comes together. A second storm for not this weekend, but the following could take, again, a more favorable track for snowfall along the I-95 corridor. But enjoy these warmer temperatures while we have them here. Meanwhile, relatively quiet out west. That's not going to continue to be the case, especially in the Pacific Northwest. We are looking at another scenario where the Pineapple Express is setting up. The large plume of moisture stretching all the way back to Hawaii. The atmospheric river that's going to be targeting British Columbia, parts of Washington, beginning this weekend, lasting into early next week. Heavy rain-induced flooding and an increased avalanche risk could pose a threat to lives, property, and travel. Memories of December's torrential rain and flooding, obviously fresh on people's minds in western Washington. While the atmosphere has provided a bit of a respite in recent days, the upcoming pattern is lining up to deliver another round of heavy rain that may actually escalate again into significant flooding. Heaviest rain expected on Vancouver Island in British Columbia, where 4 to 8 inches of rain may fall. Heavy rain also impacting northwest Washington and the British Columbia mainland, especially on the western-facing slopes of the Olympics and Cascade Ranges and the Coast Mountains. The plume of heavy rain begins in central British Columbia later on Friday, begins to shift southward through the upcoming weekend. In coastal areas, heavy rain could cause rapid rises on small streams and short rivers. In urban areas, including the Interstate 5 corridor near Seattle and Bellingham, Washington, the Vancouver metro area, flash flooding of streets and highways will become likely. Snow levels generally above Washington's mountain passes during this event. Rain falling at the mid-level elevation, adding weight to the existing snow. The avalanche risk will obviously increase. Lower elevations, heavy rain will increase the risk of mudslides and debris flows. Areas further south, especially in Oregon, you may not see much rain at all. Some places may be rain-free. Some of the worst conditions are going to occur a bit further north, where right now there's deep snow on the ground. In Alaska, Juneau, Alaska in particular, they're looking at the potential for more snow, and they don't have anywhere to put it. Over the past 5 weeks, apparently, Juneau, Alaska has been buried under 92 inches of snow. That's about 4 times their historical average, which would be just under, say, 2 feet of snow. The same pattern bringing the heavy rain to British Columbia and northwest Washington will also be affecting southeastern Alaska. This is going to bring a combination of heavy rain, strong winds, and snow. Impacts will vary significantly across the southeastern Alaska panhandle. Moderate to heavy rain likely across the panhandle for Friday, 1 to 3 inches, possible through Friday night. Flooding concerns will increase once the snow changes to rain, particularly in those areas that have a deep snowpack. Even though not all the snow's going to melt, snow and ice-clogged storm drains will cause water to pond in locations, even areas that typically do not flood. And they tell us additional storms are expected next week, bringing more rain to lower elevations, rain and above freezing temperatures, melting more snow, increasing the risk of flooding there in Juneau and other parts of southeastern Alaska. I've seen some of the photographs. It's been, in most cases, very wet, heavy snow in areas where there are boats docked and whatnot. Numerous boats being sunk by the weight of the heavy snow. Round the country, welcome aboard. It's 844-844-3388. We'll see who's checking in out of the box this early Friday. Coming up, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Well, looky there. There's Philly Dan. Yes, indeed. TGIF, he says. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Go Birds. All right, playoffs getting underway this weekend in the NFL. Of course, of our two college football games, one of which wrapped up here just a bit earlier. Ole Miss versus Miami. Steve Sommers had picked Ole Miss. The prognosticator of prognosticators picked Miami. Although I did not get to watch the game, I was kind of paying attention via the internet. Ole Miss was up 27-24 in the final minute of the game. I mean, you talk about coming down to the wire. Miami is able to battle back, scoring a touchdown. I think they crossed the goal line with like 18 seconds left in regulation. So Miami wins 31-27, the final score. So where does that put me? In playoff picks, correctly picking 2, incorrectly picking 12. What a record. We'll see if we can put a final nail in the coffin for Steve's picks. Tonight, I picked Indiana over Oregon. See how it goes. 7:30 Eastern time is game time there on ESPN. So all I know is Miami is going to a national championship. Will it be Indiana or Oregon they face off against? We'll find out. Saddle up, Nocturnal listeners. It's Friday, TGIF, which means for the last time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, is the hidden hotshot secret bunker. Steve throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. 59 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Yes, 59. All right, it'll be back to work for Friday night for the weekend. Ugh. All right, everybody have a great weekend. Stay safe and watch your six, as he likes to say. Hello to Marianne in the house, who says hello to the Dipsy driver. From Lily and the Fur Babies. Hello to Buckeye Boy. Everybody have a blessed weekend. Good morning to all my overnight drive family. Joe Self, good Friday morning. We've got a nice 52 degrees in Elkins, West Virginia tonight. Stay safe. Have a great weekend. All right, Michael's on board. What's up, people? Jeffrey on board from Southern Florida there. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Iron Duck. Good morning, all. Checking in from Ottawa, Kansas. We're on our way to San Diego, California. 43 degrees at this hour. Keep the rubber side down. Hello, Kentucky Ken, who says, what a game. Got to watch with my queen. I'm hoping for Indiana to play Miami in the championship game. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew and Steve Summers. Hope everybody has a great, safe night from Kentucky Ken. All right. James, morning, 62 degrees here in Woodstock, Georgia tonight. Looks like it's going to be kind of a wet weekend ahead before we turn much colder by Monday. Good morning, Steve. Free Spirit. Here at 4:32 on 4:30, delivering in Wilkesboro, North Carolina tomorrow, and then it's on to the house. It's the two-time world champion bull hauler, Lauren Weiss, 33 degrees in Hoxie, Kansas. Looks like some of the colder air is already beginning to sweep into the central states, huh? I'm letting my powerful chrome-plated cow truck take a rest for a few hours. Then before the sun breaks the horizon, we're back to live action for a high-speed trip to Big Sky Country. Hey, tonight let's add another name to the Rolodex with a special first-time-ever shout-out to Scrapyard from Hoxie Feeders tonight. All right, Big Ed says, congratulations, Grump and Miami. Were we on the same page? I forgot to write them down last evening. I know we were divided. Ed, did you pick Ole Miss with me? And so Grump picked Miami. Okay. Let's see. I think we were split on Indiana and Oregon as well, right? Good morning from the Plowboy from the big blue oval, 42 degrees. We're dropping temperature-wise. Yeah, they're talking we could see a few flakes of snow tomorrow night with maybe a light accumulation. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Larry, be safe. 35 degrees, Platkill, New York. Round number 4 to Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware for a reload for Monday. All right. Good morning to the overnight gang. The question seems like more and more emphasis on sports. Do most of the overnight gang like this too? I'm not really a sports guy, just wondering. Yeah, we're not an emphasis on sports. The DTS guy, we've just been kind of following the college football thing. And it's almost over. We've got a game tonight. We'll talk a bit of football Monday morning. Of course, we have to talk about the NFL a little bit here and there. But all right, top of the morning, Steve. There's Santa Claus, 48 in Elk Grove, California. I like the new intro there. Getting ready for a few days of entertaining college and NFL games. Santa Claus likes sports. Iron Duck says, yes, I enjoy some sports chatter. Sneakers checks in. Effingham, Illinois, 62 degrees at this hour. Had some gusty winds, a little bit of rain earlier. Speaking of scrapyard, the scrapyard is on board, waving all 5 at us. Thank you much. Jerry, good morning. Friday's already here. Enjoy the weekend. Be safe. And thanks for everything you do. And thank you to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive for another great show brought to us by Hot Shot Secret. As always, tell them you love them every chance you get. All right, Buckeye Boy checks in from Valdosta, Georgia with 64 degrees at this hour. Finally got loaded about 7:30 p.m. in Orlando. I'll be driving for another couple of hours, then try to deliver later today. Everybody have a great night, a better weekend. Be careful out there. Let's see here. What do we have? Santa Claus. What does it mean when there's a number 4, inside of a gear symbol and what looks like a diamond after my name on Facebook? I'm just curious if you know how that works. Santa Claus, I think that has something to do with like top fans on Facebook pages. I guess that means people that you actually frequent the page on a consistent basis. You know, I think you're a top fan. Maybe you're number 4. I don't know. Somebody else can explain that to me. Meanwhile, Shorty, I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina, with 43 degrees at this hour. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, cloudy in Dublin, Virginia. We're at 44 degrees. TGIF. Remember, toes go in first. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up. We're underway on a Friday. We'll get a news break. What's on your mind at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz says state officials must be part of the investigation into the ICE shooting that killed Renee Good.
The only way we find the answers is a thorough investigation by nonpartisan professionals.
He claims the FBI blocked the state from joining, giving the Trump administration too much control and potentially preventing Minnesota from pursuing charges. The Senate has narrowly advanced a war powers resolution aimed at limiting President Trump's ability to use U.S. military force in or against Venezuela without congressional approval. The measure passed 52-47, with a handful of Republicans joining Democrats. The White House opposes the resolution, and further votes are expected next week. Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped 270 points. The S&P 500 rose less than a point, and the Nasdaq dropped 104 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, as typically the case is, we've got quite a bit to cover. We'll begin with international headlines. For those paying any attention, Iran more and more appears to be poised. Well, the current government appears to be ready to collapse. Protest on a daily basis with tens of thousands of people streaming into the streets, crying for freedom in a desperate bid to crush the voices of their own people. The Iranian regime has unplugged the internet, plunging the nation into a complete internet blackout. As the currency collapses, inflation soars, what began as economic desperation has, over the past several weeks, transformed into a fearless nationwide cry for freedom, they tell us. Update. People in Iran's capital shouting from their homes, rallying in the streets Thursday night after a call by the country's exiled crown prince for a mass demonstration. Witnesses say a new escalation in these protests that have spread nationwide across the Islamic Republic. Internet access and telephone lines in Iran cut out immediately after the protests began, representing the first test of whether the Iranian Republic could be swayed by the crown prince. Reza Pahlavi, whose fatally ill father fled Iran just before the country's 1979 Islamic Revolution. Demonstrations have included cries in support of the Shah, something that could bring a death sentence in the past, but now underlines the anger that fuels the protest that started over the ailing economy. Thursday saw a continuation of those demonstrations that popped up in cities and rural towns across the country Wednesday. More markets and bazaars shutting down in support of protests. So far, violence around the demonstrations has killed at least 41 people, while another 2,270 have been detained, according to the U.S.-based human rights activist news agency. But the growth of protest increases the pressure on Iran's civilian government and the supreme leader, the Ayatollah. Cloudflare, an internet firm, and the advocacy group NetBlocks reported the internet has been completely severed attributing that to the Iranian government. Attempts to dial landlines and mobile phones from Dubai to Iran will not be connected. Outages like this in the past have been followed by intense government crackdowns. Meanwhile, the protests themselves have remained broadly leaderless. It remains unclear how the former Shah's call will affect the demonstrations as we move forward. The lack of viable alternative has kind of undermined past protests in Iran. Yeah, there may be 1,000 Iranian dissident activists who, given a chance, could emerge as respected statesmen, as the labor leader Lech Walesa did in Poland at the end of the Cold War. But so far, the Iranian security apparatus has arrested, persecuted, and exiled all the country's potential transformational leaders. But Pahlavi has called for demonstrations at what was 8 p.m. their local time for Thursday and Friday. When that time struck, neighborhoods across Tehran erupted in chanting, according to witnesses. The chants including "Death to the dictator," "Death to the Islamic Republic," others praising the Shah, shouting, "This is the last battle." Pahlavi will return, thousands seen on the street. So that's, again, could the leadership, could the Ayatollah fall, maybe find himself being exiled there in Iran is the question. How big would that be? All right, let's see what's going on with Horse Feathers here on a Friday. Out of the box, what do you say?
Yeah, happy Casual Friday, Your Honor. And happy last day of the 5th year of the broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive program.
That's right. All right, the anniversary, kicking off the 6th year, that'll be what, Sunday night into Monday morning, won't it?
I believe so. Isn't it the 11th?
We looked. So
yeah, when we're back here Monday morning, we should be starting year number 6.
How about that?
My. Where does time go?
You're telling me. Wow.
Yeah, right. And it seems like just the other day, I mean, we saw pictures of, do you remember seeing the picture of cue ball with, I believe, possibly a bourbon or a whiskey? Sitting there in his easy chair and his shorts,
right?
Watching the Steve. Oh my God, that's an image that can't be forgotten. Some things can't be unseen, Your Honor.
He was actually he was live streaming that night to his YouTube audience, and he was doing his normal thing, talking cars and things like that, but just kind of on occasion interjecting what's going on, telling folks about Steve Summers returning to the airwaves, and that was pretty cool.
Yeah, all except for his attire that he was wearing during the live feed broadcast. But anyways, there, as I say, some things just can't be unseen, Your Honor. but anyways, I actually captured a screenshot of it just in case we need to use it as evidence against him or something at some point or something of that nature there. Maybe, I don't know. You come up with something we need to use it, hold it over his head for, and we got it there in the memory banks there whenever you need it.
Thank you much.
But let's see what else we got here. I don't know. Casual Fridays. So I don't know. Yeah, we're just kind of kicking back. So Bill O'Reilly did a little piece there on that protester woman there that got killed out there in Minneapolis.
Yes.
And so if anybody gets a chance, you'll want to hear exactly, who she was, what she was. These people, I don't know, they I don't understand what I guess we can't because we can't think like them.
Yep.
So anyways, she is involved with another woman for her relationship as they're, whatever, married or whatever they are. But she has 3 kids, Your Honor.
Yes.
3 kids she had.
Mm-hmm.
And now one of them is going to get left in limbo without any real place to go since she is no longer among us here on the top side of the grass. So you got to think, these people need to learn to start thinking about their family first. But apparently that's not their thing. They're more interested in, as her case was, come from Colorado and leave her family to protest this bit in Minnesota, which doesn't have 2 hill of beans to have anything to do anything with her whatsoever. And then she decides she's going to be the big problem of the ICE agents and then end up threatening one of their lives, which cost her life. It just makes no sense whatsoever, Your Honor. But as I say, I guess as more of the sensible people we are. And then the next thing is the mayor of Minnesota. Who is this clown? He dropping the F-bomb, telling ICE to stay out.
Get out of our city.
And we're going to make sure. Does he have a pocket full of frogs? I mean, who's he think going to run ICE out or not allow them to be there? Is it the police force that he? I'm just thinking that, you know, when he asked the police force to go out there and run the federal agents out of the city, that the police force might not be so willing to do that. But I don't know. And aren't they also the police force that was supposed to be defunded and all that back with that whole Black Lives Matter? Weren't they one of the ones on the defunding list? I don't know. But it just, the whole thing, there's a representative out of Virginia. The guy's first name is Nick, and I can't remember offhand what his last name is. And he's got a little post he always puts out there. He's like, we're just going to sit back at this point and watch you guys just go so far off the wall berserk that because you can't reason with them. You can't talk to them. You can't make them understand anything other than what they want to believe.
Yep.
And well, I guess we'll just sit back on the sidelines and drink our skull busters and eat our popcorn and watch the sideshow go on until it totally implodes on itself. But anyways, I don't know. So that's enough of that on a casual Friday there. So I guess the only other seriousness we got there is the storm coming through, and there's our AccuWeather guide predictors there that are in charge in this area are saying somewhere around midday it's supposed to start here today, Friday, and last up through until about the evening rush hour, maybe a little bit later. And then it's all going to kind of cut off until about 6, 8, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, and then go on through the day. And by 6, 8, 10 o'clock at night, Saturday night, it's all supposed to be over and done with, and then we're back to our normal thing. But we're in desperate need of rain, they say. They say we're at a major deficit, like 9 inches of drought that we're in here. So they're saying any water is good water, and but I don't know how we could have 9 inches of be down 9 inches for the year, because doesn't January 1st, don't all these weather guys, don't they just put that marker back to 0? I mean, when you go from December 31st to January 1, they just put that gauge back to 0. I know they did that the previous year, because the previous year was like 9 inches low at the end of the year, and we certainly didn't make up 9 inches through the year last year, and now they're saying we're 9 inches low again. So I don't know how all that adds up there. They must use that new math or
fuzzy math. What's
the other term?
Fuzzy math.
Fuzzy math. Yeah, there's another term out there for the math, that math program they came up with like 15 or 20 years ago. I forget what it is. I don't know. The daughter was saying something about it there the other day, because that was the math they tried to teach her. I don't know, something about when you add 2 round pegs to 4 square holes, and one big hammer, and makes it all fit. I don't know. But anyways, hey, one last thing of craziness here we'll throw out to the two-time world champion bull hauler. He better watch his doors, because if he's anywhere around me, I got a chance of keeping up, or get this, Your Honor, I might even be able to go buy him. And I'm only saying this on a casual Friday because it's just casual Friday. But if we're riding along here with my truck, because it's got the 13 double over, when I go to high gear, I can go to high gear somewhere between 77 and 79 miles an hour and start my last set of RPMs to run high gear in. So calculate that out there, Mr. Two-time world champion bull hauler.
There you go.
Hold your doors tight, because I might be going by. All right, Your Honor, with all that craziness.
Not a good speed for a rolling bomb, the load of propane, just because you can do it. That doesn't mean he does. I know he doesn't. Yes, back to more details about Renee Good. Shot. She was a part of a group, part of this activist group that actually worked to document and resist ICE officials. According to the reports this past day, apparently actually moved to Minneapolis last year, became involved with this anti-ICE activist group through her 6-year-old son's charter school, a school that boasts that it puts social justice first and involves children in political and social activism. Just what you need for a 6-year-old, right? Start them young so they can turn out like a whacked-out 37-year-old mother. Now, she was a warrior, according to, I guess, one of the other people that attended the charter school. She died doing what was right, she said. Good and her wife, Rebecca, were raising the child together and sent him to Southside Family Charter, a K-5 academy that states on their website, their mission is engaging children in critical thinking and problem solving and involving children in political and social activism. It was through her involvement in the school community that she became active with a group known as ICE Watch, a loose coalition of activists dedicated to disrupting ICE operations. Of course, Minneapolis is a sanctuary city for illegal aliens. Similar coalitions have emerged around the country, activists using phone apps, whistles, and car horns to warn neighbors when ICE shows up. ICE Watch, the activists, can also turn confrontational. There's been numerous instances of activists ramming agents with their cars. Now, according to one, said Renee was trained against these ICE agents, what to do and what not to do. It was very thorough training to listen to commands, to know your rights, to whistle when you see ICE agents. I know she was doing the right thing, and this is coming from Lisa. Homeland Security Secretary Kirsty Noem saying that although any death is a tragedy, this was a justified shooting. Our officer followed his training, did exactly what he'd been taught to do in this situation. Of course, we've all seen the videos. Some additional video had come out over the past day. All right, it's 844-844-3388. You know, one thing that I guess there was another from the audio there. When she was confronting the ICE agents outside of her SUV, blocking the street that at the time of the shooting, the wife, after the shooting, was kind of filmed sobbing, "It's my fault." She said, quote, "I made her come down here. It's my fault." Yeah, her face covered in blood after rushing to her partner's aid. All right, I made her come down here. They were activists together. It's 844-844-3388.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Well, hello to Country Bumpkin, checking in from a soggy Waterford, Michigan. I see, yeah, especially the northern half of lower Michigan and pretty much all the UP, man, getting some of those frog-strangling rains tonight. All right, who else we got checking in? Hello to John. Good morning, Steve, all the overnight family. Good game this past evening. I was happy to hear the Monkey Gouger call in the other night. Everybody truck safe out there. We've got rain on the way. Right now, cloudy skies, 61 degrees in Indianapolis. All right, yeah, you do have several lines of showers and thunderstorms pushing through Indiana at this hour. Let's see. Meanwhile, up next, who we got? Good morning from Hamburg. Waiting to deliver some aluminum coils to the Ford stamping plant tonight. That's John. All right. Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday. Well, for me, it's actually a wacky Wednesday. I know it's weird to hear from me early, as normally I'm running like at 2 a.m. Paducah. But that was cut, and I got to run the city tonight. Ugh. Just a friendly reminder, we're not that far away from Mid-America Truck Show. The registration will be ending. Plus, you need to get your tickets, hotel rooms quickly as time is running out. As far as Dingbat and I, right now, it's looking like we're actually going to be able to be there this year. All right, looking forward to that. Yeah, it is hard to believe. It's already January. All right, hell, Kevin's on board. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day. But hey, we're just 36 days till Valentine's Day. 70 days till spring, and a few more. It's Mid-America Truck Show. Finishing up a drop and hook at my store. Very windy. Clouds are building. But right now, a balmy 68 degrees in Owensboro, Kentucky. Wow. Yeah, be safe. Have a good weekend when you get it out there. All right, several folks said, horse feathers, it was Common Core math you were trying to think of. I remember that, Common Core math. I'm glad I wasn't brainwashed with that when I was a kid. Hello, Gary Montgomery, this early Friday. Drummer Girl, still at 35 degrees in northeast Philly tonight. I told the expediter at Lehigh Valley Post Office about the show. I think I believe the South Dock is listening tonight. I'm looking forward to year number 6. Hey, are you going to send a little snow to Baton Rouge, Louisiana this winter? The grandkids really enjoyed the snow they got last winter.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protesters in Colorado Springs held a vigil for Renee Good. That's the 37-year-old mother killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. Video shows her trying to run down the agent with her vehicle, but demonstrators say she was unjustly shot.
Justice for Renee! Justice for Renee!
Lawmakers of the area are calling for ICE to leave town. Vice President J.D. Vance plans to create a new Assistant Attorney General position focused on investigating government fraud nationwide. The effort would begin with the alleged Medicaid fraud in Minnesota before expanding into other states. Senator Ted Cruz supports this measure.
I am very glad the Trump administration is leaning in, is tasking the Department of Justice with uncovering the fraud, prosecuting the fraud. It's exactly what they should be doing.
Vance says the role would also examine fraud networks linked to terrorism and would operate under White House oversight pending Senate confirmation. President Trump says he may act soon on the AM radio for every vehicle act. He appeared on the Hugh Hewitt show.
I like the AM in every car. I have the AM radio in every car. I like that. I'm in favor of it.
The bill would require all new cars to include AM radio, vital for emergency alerts, after some electric car makers dropped it over interference issues. Russia has rejected President Trump's 20-point peace plan for Ukraine, opposing Western troops as part of a peacekeeping force. Ukrainian President Zelensky warned of potential renewed attacks and urged citizens to follow air raid alerts while international efforts to stabilize the region continue. Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped 270 points. The S&P 500 rose less than a point, and the Nasdaq dropped 104 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, Not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Nick Reiner's now ex-attorney says his former client is not guilty of murder.
And you can take this to the bank. Pursuant to the laws of this state, pursuant to the law in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder. Print that.
Celebrity attorney Alan Jackson said he withdrew from the case due to circumstances beyond control, but wouldn't say what those circumstances were, nor would he elaborate on why he believes Nick Reiner is not guilty. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The mother of a murdered toddler remains in jail in lieu of $2 million bail.
Herman Anita DeGreg could make her first court appearance today. The investigation began on Tuesday when the 24-year-old allegedly made a statement that she had harmed her child. UCLA police detained her and contacted Santa Monica police. The child, who neighbors say was a girl, was later found at the apartment and rushed to a hospital where she was pronounced dead. Neighbors in the family's upscale Santa Monica building told reporters that the child was killed with a frying pan, but police have not confirmed that allegation. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A 550-pound black bear that had been living under a home in Altadena, California for over a month has finally moved on. That was confirmed by wildlife officials. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife says the tagged bear, known as Yellow 2120, is no longer living in the crawl space under that home, which puts an end to the unusual ordeal for the homeowner. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Ready or not, a new day comes our way. From coast to coast, border to border, we turn the page on the calendar. Time zone to time zone, 9th day of January. Yes, that would be Friday. Hey, getting ready for the weekend. So trust you've had a good week. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Yeah, meanwhile, other headlines. Two additional individuals have been shot by federal agents this past day, Thursday. This time it's Portland, Oregon. Again, Thursday afternoon during an immigration enforcement operation. Police dispatches said both individuals are still alive. But all this one day after the 37-year-old Renee Good was shot and killed. Similar to the situation in the Good case, early reports indicated these two, who were shot by police, attempted to use a vehicle to hit agents. Now, it unfolded in near East Burnside and 146th Avenue, according to Portland officials. Sources added the agents were involved were the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Now, a leak of the police dispatch reported by an independent journalist indicated that one of the suspects was 33 years old and had admitted running from immigration and customs enforcement. The dispatch read 33-year-old male, conscious breathing. Problem. Spanish speaker said he ran from ICE, was shot twice. Wife was shot once as well. Just pulled over here. Another message seconds later was from the federal officials involved in the incident. The dispatcher's log read, "My caller is Border Patrol. They said they shot at a suspect that almost ran him over. Unknown if the other suspect since they drove off in a red Toyota Tacoma." Department of Homeland Security Assistant Secretary said the individuals who were shot were suspected gang members. Official statement, she writes, at 2:19 Pacific time, border agents were conducting a targeted vehicle stop in Portland. The passenger of the vehicle and the target is a Venezuelan illegal alien affiliated with the transnational Tren de Aragua prostitution ring and involved in a recent shooting in Portland. The vehicle driver is believed to be a member of the vicious Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. When agents identified themselves to the vehicle occupants, the driver weaponized his vehicle and attempted to run over the law enforcement agents. Fearing for his life and safety, an agent fired defensive shots. The driver drove off with the passenger, fleeing the scene. The situation is evolving. More information is forthcoming. So this not only marks the second in 2 days shooting involving ICE operations, it's also the second to happen in a city closely associated with the George Floyd riots, a.k.a. Minneapolis. 844-844-3388. Coming up, we'll get to some of our industry headlines. But first, I believe it's the Cap and Ron impersonator.
One day closer to Monday, the greatest day of the week. Somebody's got to fill in for him, I guess.
Anybody, do you know anybody spoke to Cap and Ron?
I got a couple text messages from him earlier tonight. He's still looking for a local job there in the Clearwater, Tampa area, but there's no openings. And like he stated on the air, he's not willing to go back on the road.
Right.
I can't understand. I can't blame him one bit with that because I don't go in truck stops anymore, or very rarely. What little bit I have in recent years, I've probably been at a truck stop maybe once or twice a year for the last, 5-6 years. It's nothing like it used to be, and you hear the reports like Grump having that issue with that Pakistani, and stuff like that. I've had some problems with heart problems in the last few years. I think you've heard me speak of it on the air. In fact, because my heart went back in AFib, I had a cardio inversion just this last Monday. I'm afraid I'm looking at a pacemaker sometime in the future. Which, if I've spoke to other people that's got pacemakers, and they seem to be really they feel better after they do that. But my numbers are back down where they're supposed to be, and I checked them yesterday evening and stuff. So that looks like I'm back on track for now, at least.
That's good.
But I appreciate everybody's thoughts and prayers. I've spoken to several that has been praying for me, and I greatly appreciate it, along with my wife. And I believe I've spoke of it on the air. She fell in October and shattered her kneecap. So it's been a little rough here the last couple of years for it, but through God's grace, we're still here, and we're still, still doing all right for that matter. But
one day at a time. Hey, do you know, perchance, I got an email from a gentleman like day before yesterday, something he wanted me to forward to Cap and Ron. Dennis, I'm not familiar with who it actually is, but he said, forward this to Captain Ron, and he gave me his phone number so he can call me, and he gave me the number. But I don't have Captain Ron's phone number, nor do I have an email to forward it to him.
Could you send that to me, Steve? And I got Captain Ron's phone number. I don't have his. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, well, as far as my wife with the shattered kneecap, it looks like she's putting in for Social Security disability because she can't spend much time on her feet, and stuff. And she's got other medical problems. She's 59, so, it's like, she's worked, said she was in her mid-teens. She started working fast food, I think, at 15 or 16. So it's like, honey, you put your time in. It says that's what it's for. So people that gets injured to the point they really can't work anymore. So
right.
I'm hoping she gets it. So we'll see. She's in the process already. So, well, Steve, that's about all I got. But yeah, if you'll forward that to me, I'll send it. I'll send it to Captain Ron.
Do me a favor, and when you get an opportunity, maybe just send me a quick email that just says test or something, because I'm not sure if I could find your email address either. So.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
That way I'll have it right there in front of me. Thank you much.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Hope everybody has a safe good night. Bye.
Have a great weekend, Gilligan. All right, there you go. So, the battle, California versus the Department of Transportation, really heats up now. We see, it looks like it's the proverbial showdown between the DOT and the state of California has reached, according to Landline this past day, a breaking point. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy announced that the FMCSA officially will withhold about $160 million in safety program money from the state because of their failure to meet the January 5th deadline to cancel more than 17,000 commercial truck driver's licenses that Duffy asserts were unlawfully issued by the state to foreign truckers. Now, this has been the ongoing battle. The California Department of Motor Vehicles announcing in late December there, just before the new, that they're going to delay the cancellation until March the 6th. The FMCSA did not agree to the extension. Apparently, a final determination letter was sent to Governor Newsom and the Department of Motor Vehicles, I believe, on Wednesday, which says it is reckoning day for Gavin Newsom and California. Our demands were simple. Follow the rules, revoke the unlawfully issued licenses to dangerous foreign drivers, and fix the system so this never happens again. Governor Newsom has failed to do so, putting the needs of illegal immigrants over the safety of American people. While Gavin may not care about protecting you and your family on the roads, the Trump administration does. We are pooling this funding to ensure federal tax dollars don't fund this charade. And this goes back to the nationwide audit issued over the past summer by the FMCSA of non-domiciled CDLs that allow individuals who are not citizens or permanent residents to get a commercial license. uncovering what government officials called a systemic collapse in California, where licenses were allegedly issued with expiration dates years beyond a driver's lawful presence in the country to begin with. FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars emphasized they would not compromise on the removal of these drivers from the road. Federal regulations are clear. States must correct safety deficiencies on a schedule mutually agreed upon by the agency. California failed to meet this commitment. We will not accept a corrective plan that knowingly leaves thousands of drivers holding non-compliant licenses behind the wheel of 80,000-pound trucks in open defiance of federal regulations. This $160 million penalty marks the first year of potential sanctions. Under federal law, if California continues to defy the FMCSA's final determination, the amount withheld could double in the second year. California's DMV Public Affairs Director responds with, "We strongly disagree with the federal government's decision to withhold vital transportation funding from California. Their action jeopardizes public safety because these funds are critical for maintaining and improving the roadways we all rely on every day." They try to say they're fully compliant with federal regulations. So this crackdown is expected to further tighten capacity in a West Coast freight market that's already grappling with shifts in regulatory policy. FreightWaves had previously reported on the potential for capacity crunches as thousands of drivers, many of whom have been integral to spot market operations, are forced out of the truck. Todd Spencer, meanwhile, president of the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, said the crackdown on non-domiciled CDLs is well overdue. The days of exploiting cheap labor on the basis of a false driver shortage are over. For too long, loopholes in this program have allowed unqualified drivers onto the highways, putting professional truckers and the motoring public all at risk. So the battle heats up more and more with each passing day.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, after all this time, we're still having some issues in portions of North Carolina. where transportation officials are reminding truck drivers to stick to the 2 available truck routes that are available in the western part of the state. As of January 2026, truckers are able to take Interstate 40 through the Pigeon River Gorge or Interstate 26 west to Interstate 81 south. According to ABC 13 News, there are fewer incidents involving truck drivers seeking alternate routes under construction on these back roads, but the issue is ongoing, apparently. Incident Management Patrol still encounters the occasional driver that tries to think they can take a shortcut around the construction on I-40. There is no shortcut, he says. Truck drivers who ignore the posted signs and attempt to use back roads will face misdemeanor charges if they get stuck. And I think that, of course, that all goes back to Hurricane Helene, right? They had some improvement, but then they had another setback with another washout there. So you stick to the 2 designated alternate routes, please. Well, send your heat wave here on a Friday.
Good morning, senor. Yeah, I guess we went from Salt Lake to Denver taking 70 because 80 was a mess. And now we're heading back to Salt Lake because now 70 is a mess and 80 is wide open as far as we understand. So I guess we went to the bottom side of the storm and now we're going on the top side of that storm. 22 degrees here on Interstate 80 in Wyoming, just west of Cheyenne. And a little breezy. So, anyways, Lady Heatwave sent me some photos of the house, and yeah, we got some snow out that way. So, I guess it finally hit, and I guess it's a nice wet snow. So that's always good.
Mm-hmm.
There was issues in Albuquerque from 98th Street on Interstate 40 all the way across to Tramway. So from west to east or east to west, just a little bit of precipitation on the road, whether it be rain, snow, ice, or whatever. And you got a whole bunch of drivers that cannot drive on dry road to begin with. You just know it's going to be a circus, 3 rings worth, when there's moisture on the road in any particular form.
Right.
And Interstate 40, I guess around I guess the Zuzax exit towards Cedillo exit on the eastbound side, I believe. There was a motorist that had an issue with his car. He got out and was promptly run over by a dump truck.
Wow.
So they had that section shut down. It's like, it just ain't been a good day to be in New Mexico right there in that particular part of the country. So they call it they said he was hit by a semi, and Lady Heatwave says, no, it was a damn dump truck. And I said, well, I guess they can't differentiate between a dump truck and a semi, but it's more newsworthy to say semi, so it makes the rest of the industry look bad. I mean, it's bad enough we got our own homegrown idiots out there, but we don't need to have these folks out there that don't speak a day English wearing soft shoes or sandals and have diapers on their heads. I'm sure that's part of the reason why we got issues up there in North Carolina with them trying to find another way to get around the construction zones.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but my dear, I said that's supposed to go this way.
Well, they can't read the signs, right?
Yes, and my name is Bob. So, I mean, really, how in the hell can California say that they need the money because it promotes safety programs and part of the highways when they don't follow the damn directions to begin with? I mean, good night. from the party that says, follow the science, to we are law-abiding, that is a falsehood in both sentences. They don't follow the science. They don't follow the laws. I mean, whose laws are they trying to follow? Are they just pick and choose whatever's best for them? And that's what it seems like. These idiots that got shot. You know what? You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. That FAFO, that's not just a meme. I mean, that's actuality. You mess around, you're going to find out pretty quick whether you're going to be on this side of the ground, on the top side, or on the bottom side. Now, with that said, is that going to give the protesters, is that going to be the impetus for them to start carrying guns? And then when they shut down the interstate and someone says, to hell with it, we got to go, is that going to give them the right to shoot the, the people that they're unlawfully holding back? I mean, think about it. That's going to be liberal logic somewhere, I'm sure. So, anyways, other than that, not a whole hell of a lot happening out here.
Just another.
So I guess I'll go ahead.
Another day in paradise. There you. All right. With that, well, we're right up against the news break. So hey, have a great weekend there. Send your heat wave.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the woman shot during an ICE operation in Minneapolis on Wednesday was stalking immigration enforcement officers.
During a press conference, Noem said the incident was preventable and that the agent who shot and killed the woman has been treated at a hospital and released.
The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues.
Noem added that the ICE agent had been previously involved in a separate incident in which he was rammed and dragged by a vehicle last year. DHS says the woman was protesting ICE when she allegedly drove her car into federal agents, but the Democratic mayor of Minneapolis disputes that, saying the woman was fleeing the scene. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A new bipartisan House bill would simplify Reserve and National Guard duty statuses from 30 down to 4, aiming to fix benefit disparities, streamline pay, and reduce administrative burdens. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. we save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Welcome back. According to NASA, we've got some sort of an emergency in space. Yeah, NASA this past day announcing the first ever medical evacuation of astronauts from the International Space Station. 4 astronauts will come home more than a month early, according to the report. Now, other than saying that the situation with the affected astronaut is stable, NASA did not provide details about the issue or the individual affected. But according to NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, he said after discussions with Chief Health and Medical Officer Dr. J.D. Polk and leadership across the agency, we've come to the decision that it's in the best interest of our astronauts to return crew number 11 ahead of their planned departure. So the 4 individuals who will be returning, they say, within the next few days are NASA astronauts Zena Cardman and Mike Finke, Japanese astronaut Kamiya Yu, and Russian cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. We don't know which of those 4 are actually having some sort of a medical issue, but he did say we have a very robust suite of medical hardware on board the International Space Station, but we do not have the complete amount of hardware that I would have in the emergency department, for example, to complete a workup of the patient. In this particular incident, the medical incident was sufficient enough that we're concerned about the astronaut, that we'd like to complete that workup. Now, I said the lack of medical equipment on the space station leaves that lingering risk and the lingering question as to what the diagnosis is. That means there's some lingering risk for that astronaut on board. And so always we will err on the side of the astronaut's health and welfare. Wednesday, NASA actually canceled a planned spacewalk involving Cardman and Finke, citing a medical issue. They did not offer specifics. Finke is making his 4th space station trip. The Japanese astronaut is on his 2nd. Cardman and Platonov are on their very first visit. Some of the astronauts have been participating in research to determine the impacts of deep space travel on health. As noted, the 4 crew members rode the SpaceX Crew Dragon to the space station on August 1. This particular crew was scheduled to return on February the 20th, so they'll be returning a full month plus earlier than anticipated. But yeah, what do you do when you have a medical emergency in space, right? All right, but they say that's the first time this has ever actually taken place. It's hard to believe after all these years. Hasn't happened previously. On a Friday, we have Eagle on board. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
We got you.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of things to talk about tonight. I wanted to start out with the protesters, the protests. Things, from what I'm understanding, Steve, I don't know if it's true or not, but they saying these people ought to be ashamed of themselves, but they looking for any reason to celebrate. It look like people, Portland, Oregon, looks like it's going to be a bad problem, just like it was, last year and a couple of years before with George Floyd and them. I think that's where they're gonna have the most power. We got another mayor that's speaking out against Donald Trump. I'm not mayor, governor in Oregon, another democratically run state, and he's already said he don't want Donald Trump's help, and so it's amazing that they side with these people. This guy, from what he's still coming out information about this individual. These 2 people, his wife, a girlfriend, whoever she was, that happened to date. It's hard to believe that people would go out and protest for somebody like that tonight, Steve. These bad enough they in the country selling drugs or whatever, and then they try to run over an Iceman, and then people still protesting. So the people looking for something to protest about at this point. I'm worried right now because they said that Donald Trump had said something about he's concerned with the midterms and that he's not, because people, a lot of these idiots believe a lot of the stuff that they seeing in the paper and on TV. Like I said, I hope people don't make the right decision because Donald Trump is doing everything he can to start helping people. I think, like I said, he's gonna have to get that gas price down. People got to see that money in their pockets, before it come time to vote. That'll help a lot of people make a decision. If they see the gas going down, you need to get that oil tankers and get those things emptied out or whatever you're going to do, so these people can start some different prices. But yes, now when it comes to this girl that got killed, more information is coming out about her. They're saying that she was trained to be an agitator. She had went to Canada, stayed there for 8 months, and then they decided to come back to the U.S. with her girlfriend, whoever that is. And they said that she was training or going to some organization that was trying to show her how to be. She was a Trump hater, from what they saying, and some information they found on the internet, which is no surprise that she would do something like that. So, like I said before, if you look at the video very, very closely, the girl, she definitely tried to exit the scene and try to injure the officer because, like I said, it was really not even worth talking about, Steve. Because if she would have done the right thing last night, 2 days ago, wouldn't even be talking about this. All she had to do was when the man walked up to the car, turn the motor off, open the door of the car and get out with your hands up and cooperate with these people, and she would be alive right now. She chose not to do that, so now she did. It's just that simple. Cooperate. Okay, what's that? Well, I forgot how there's a slogan that they say. You either I don't know how it goes, but if she should have cooperated with the ICE people, and she wouldn't be talking about this. So it's sad that it happened, and but for people to be making saying these things that these ICE, like AOC, like I told you last night, maybe you could play that interview later tonight with her making her comments it's hard to believe that people would actually, I put her in the same category, Steve, as the other Democrats. I told you that'll be the end of the U.S. if she gets in. That goes with her and the idiot out there in California, and her and this Crockett woman down in Texas. If she decides, Stephen A. Smith, if he decides to get in. And speaking of Stephen A. Smith, let me say something about him right quick. I like to know since when does Stephen A. Smith, when did he get into politics? I thought he's supposed to be Mr. Know-It-All for sports. Now all of a sudden he's Mr. Politics. He knows everything about the politics and U.S. affairs. All of a sudden, if I was his ESPN or whoever he worked for, I would tell him, hey, you need to stay out of the politics. You're supposed to be a sportscaster. If you don't want to do the sports, then get the hell out of here and go find you another job, because that's what we pay you to do. We don't pay you to give your opinion on Donald Trump and this girl that got killed. But he's stepping on a lot of toes, and they say that he might be interested in running for president.
Correct.
Guy knows nothing about economics, knows nothing about the world, knows nothing about business, but yet these idiots want to put Stephen A. Smith name out there. So go ahead and run Stephen A. Smith so he can get embarrassed. If you listen to J.D. Vance today, I listened to his interview today, Steve. We had speaking of that, that Tim Walz guy, hey, he better go ahead and resign and get him a good lawyer, because now they got another man, J.D. said, to investigate this assistant attorney or whatever his position is. But I don't know if they named somebody, but JD was talking about it today. Tim Walz is in big trouble. So the doors are closing in on him, and his days are numbered, because they stole. It's amazing how much money these people stole, Steve. They said that people were going to Somalia with briefcases full of money. Yep. Briefcases full of money. This is embarrassing that they stole all that money from the American people and got away with it for years due to Joe Biden's stupidity. And, Ilhan Omar, how she's still in Congress, I still don't know. But I think her days are numbered too, because they're going to start, when these people start looking at these files and investigating all this, Ilhan Omar, she's going to leave the United States in disgrace going back to Somalia. If she make it back, she might go to the jailhouse before she gets to Somalia. But she in big trouble, and they deserve everything they get, because they stole from the American people for years. And Minnesota's a beautiful state, Steve. I've been there a lot of times. Never in my life did I think that Minnesota would be, well, not the whole state, but just Minneapolis. I never thought that this city that would be in this type of problems that they have right now. It's really amazing that Tim Walz and that loser mayor just totally destroyed Minneapolis, Minnesota, but like I say, both of them, I think in the next couple of months, both of them going to be out of a job, because that mayor, the way he conducted himself yesterday at that press conference, told me everything I needed to know about him when he used the foul language. He showed his true colors, and like I say, that's going to be his downfall right there, because now we know what this guy is all about. So all I can say for Minnesota is I'm sad for the people that live there, but hopefully in the future they'll decide to go Republican and get them a Republican to run their state, and I guarantee you things will be a whole lot better for you in Minnesota. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, I'm not going to hold my breath on that ever happening. Not there, but realizing now that, as we had shared earlier, that this woman and the wife, actually came right out and said, I made her come down here. It's my fault. Obviously, and then ultimately attending these training sessions. They say that she had her job pretty much. She would take her vehicle and follow these ICE operations throughout the city. She had been following ICE operations, trying to disrupt things all day that day. And this was what she was trained to do, to disrupt the ICE operations, to notify residents in areas where ICE was rolling in. Let them know, hey, ICE is here, the whistles, the horns. That's what she did. And the fact that the wife had actually gotten out of the vehicle and was recording all this. This gentleman to me, he gives a good explanation, to which he says, I don't think that she woke up planning to get killed. No, who does? What I do think, she probably thought she was going to provoke them in a way that would end up getting her yanked out of the car, maybe shoved to the ground, detained, something ugly but non-lethal. The kind of thing that turns into a viral video where they get to play the part of the victim and paint ICE as monsters. That's a scenario people assume is safe, especially if they've been around activism long enough to believe the script always ends the same way. If her girlfriend or wife was already outside the vehicle filming, which she was, that tells me this was not spontaneous panic. It looks like intent to capture a moment on film. Maybe they thought, we'll push, they'll overreact, we'll get content. We'll have it on video. She didn't think she'd get shot. Obviously, she thought she was in control of the situation. But then reality intervenes. Maybe she didn't see the officer in front of the car. Maybe she had tunnel vision and was focused on the agent next to her at the window. But she did accelerate forward. And once a vehicle is moving toward an officer, the situation changes instantly. At that point, whether she meant it or not, she put herself in a lethal scenario. She lost her life. It's tragic, but it's not the same thing as this just happened for no reason. If it turns out that there's evidence that this was coordinated, that the girlfriend was setting this up, encouraging it, orchestrating this to get a viral confrontation on video, she should actually face charges. Not just because someone died, but because if you help engineer a dangerous situation and somebody ends up dead, you don't get to just wash your hands of it afterward. A very valid point. Sympathy does not mean pretending people had no agency. Accountability doesn't mean someone deserves to die. Both things can be true at the same time.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
on a handful of occasions this week alone, we've had several discussions about autonomous vehicles, artificial intelligence. Matter of fact, the whole artificial intelligence thing continues to pretty much dominate discussions at the Consumer Electronics Show that's been going on all week there in Las Vegas. They're kind of highlighting the road to robots. There's a term called physical AI. Physical as in stuff like robots. It has been a huge buzzword at the Consumer Electronics Show all week. Big companies like Tesla and NVIDIA pumping tons of money into those sort of projects. Now there's another company called Mobileye that wants a piece of the pie. They've acquired Menti, which is a humanoid robot startup, for $900 million. Shares of the company shot up 12% in pre-market trading, showing their pivot from cars to robots might actually pay off. What is physical AI? Physical AI lives in the real world. It powers robots and cars. It thinks. It moves. Whereas traditional artificial intelligence, it lives on screens. It powers chatbots and things on that nature. Traditional AI, the likes of Alexa. Meanwhile, at the Consumer Electronics Show, shares of Intel jumped over 8% Wednesday after a big reveal at the show. What they announced? Laptops with chips that the company says are the most advanced semiconductor process ever developed in the United States. The chips will make gaming faster, and batteries last over 24 hours, apparently. Talked a little bit about the gathering of defense manufacturers. Early, the president calling out, in particular, Raytheon, but defense names like Lockheed Martin, all had traded lower after the president's announcement that he was not going to allow defense companies to offer dividends or stock buybacks because they're not making weapons fast enough. But then the stocks shot higher after hours after the president made an announcement that he wanted to increase the defense budget. Now, this is his proposal, is to increase the defense budget to something like $1.5 trillion. I don't know that, of course, Congress holds the purse strings. He can make proposals like that, but I would assume he's aiming high, anticipating. You throw out that offer, $1.5 trillion, knowing you're never going to get that, but undoubtedly he is hoping to have a larger defense budget, whether it's half of what he's asking in additional spending, but that's just my guess. All right. In the trucking sector, regarding the safe deployment of autonomous vehicles, there are many uncertainties that remain. Whether it's failing to yield for school buses, making an illegal U-turn near a DUI checkpoint, just some of the most recent concerning incidents involving autonomous vehicles. Neither of these involved winter weather or extreme weather conditions, which brings another layer into the safety conversation. The U.S. Department of Transportation has awarded North Dakota State University more than $1.2 million through their Commercial Motor Vehicle Grant Program to research and test autonomous vehicles in winter conditions. Now, they say this project will focus on 2-lane rural highways in North Dakota and the challenges of operating and maintaining autonomous trucks in extreme weather conditions. The effects of extreme cold on the likes of sensors and autonomous driving systems. Implications of extreme winter conditions for safety inspections or operational conditions for autonomous trucks in relation to operational design will all be examined in this study. There is a bit more to that story, but as I look at the clock, we close out another hour here, rolling into a Friday. Ready for the weekend? Here it comes. More to come, though, after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Vice President J.D. Vance defended the ICE agent in yesterday's Minneapolis shooting, saying Renee Good was trying to ram him with her car.
This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace.
Vance blamed Democrats and the far-left network for demonizing law enforcement, noting the agent was seriously wounded. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffrey slammed DHS Secretary Kristi Noem over the Minneapolis ICE shooting, calling the killing of 37-year-old Renee Good an abomination.
We support the removal of violent felons from this country who are here illegally. But that's not what this administration has been doing under the so-called leadership of Kristi Noem, who's a stone-cold liar.
Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said the shooting appears unjustified. President Trump says the U.S. will always be there for NATO, even if they won't be there for us. The president touted the nation's support for NATO in a post on Truth Social.
As member countries raise concerns over his administration's ambitions to acquire Greenland, which is a self-governing Danish territory. Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen warned a U.S. attack on NATO would mark the end of the alliance. Trump's post also highlighted efforts to get other member countries to pay 5% of their GDP. He claimed without him as president, Russia would have taken all of Ukraine. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The House passed a bill extending Obamacare subsidies for 3 years, with 17 Republicans joining Democrats in a 230-196 vote. The move aims to stop premiums from doubling for millions. The Senate is expected to reject this. Lawmakers are still negotiating a smaller compromise.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped 270 points. The S&P 500 rose less than a point, and the Nasdaq dropped 104 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Elon Musk says Senator Rand Paul is the only Washington figure who gets it on government spending. Musk criticized Trump's massive One Big Beautiful Bill, calling fiscal responsibility key, while highlighting the GOP's ongoing struggle to balance traditional conservatism with Trump-era priorities. San Diego County has launched a permanent wastewater surveillance system to track infectious diseases.
The program publishes weekly data on COVID, influenza A and B, and RSV, with plans to expand to several other common diseases. Funded by a $2.5 million federal grant, the system also monitors high-risk drugs like cocaine and methamphetamine. Daily samples are collected from the county's largest wastewater plant in Point Loma, as well as smaller plants in Carlsbad and South Bay. The program allows public health officials to detect viral trends more quickly than traditional reporting and preserves samples for future retrospective analysis. I'm Chris Powers.
A New York judge is rejecting Harvey Weinstein's latest attempt to get his sex crime conviction overturned.
The disgraced movie producer appeared in court Thursday in Lower Manhattan, where the judge rejected his request for a new trial. Weinstein was convicted in June of sex assault involving one woman. His lawyers argue there was jury misconduct after a lot of tension was on display in the courtroom during deliberations last spring. Jurors were fighting, and two claim they were pressured to convict Weinstein. I'm Kristen Marks.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, another hour underway on a Friday. Weekend coming on. Real quick, let me finish up. We were talking about this grant program studying autonomous vehicles in extreme wintry conditions, cold weather. We already know that in most cases, we're talking electric vehicles. The battery life so much shorter when you get into the cold conditions. Either way, the plan is to gather recommendations for a safety plan and a structure for safety testing and operations in winter. Those are the expected outcomes of this research. The project also proposes a conference discussing autonomous truck development in North Dakota and the surrounding region. Now, they say a searchable database of agencies working with universities will be built to organize a safety summit to present projects to various state agencies, universities, other stakeholders. The North Dakota Highway Patrol said the potential for fatal and injury crashes will be reduced by 15% through a federal grant that will fund a second performance-based brake testing machine and remove unsafe commercial motor vehicles from state roadways. All right, it's 844-844-3388. We got us a Friday and see what Carl has on his mind.
Yeah, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Thank you for taking my call. Yep, hello.
You ready for the weekend?
Yeah, sure am. Getting ready for the weekend. Had a little breakdown problem there yesterday, but I'm okay tonight. It started out a little bit later. But, yeah, I got to watch Ole Miss a little bit there tonight and Miami. And that was a great game, great football game. Miami came out and played an excellent ball game for the win there. So that's going to be a big deal there. Hopefully they'll be facing Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll check it out and see. Okay. But yeah, as far as these riots goes, man, I tell you, that's a tough deal. I mean, nobody wants to see anybody get killed, but if you ask me, that roadway out there that those policemen were standing on, the ICE guys, it was slick. They were standing on some slick pavement there because of the ice and snow on the pavement. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and that's dangerous alone. There, no bad footing. Okay, you can't have good footing there. And so the last thing you need is belligerent, somebody that's doing something against the law that they shouldn't be doing there. And she was inside of a vehicle and doing a maneuver there that she shouldn't have been doing, and they were telling her to stop and get out of the car and everything, and she's just not paying attention, rolling their window up, and not complying with the rules, okay, and the law. And so that's what you get when you don't comply with the law. You get into massive trouble there. So, yeah, a lot of people can say all they want that she shouldn't have been shot and killed. But you know what? Those conditions there made for that opportunity, and all of it added up into her death.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so when you make that decision, you can't get away from that. Once you make that decision to do something like that, and there's no way that this policeman can be valid. You can valid say that this policeman was in the wrong. No way. I mean, there's no way at all. Plus, he was attacked about 6 months ago in the same manner and had injuries, and so he's already on the edge, as far as that goes. But you just cannot make that decision. You've got to obey the police when they make a command. You have to do that. So that's about all I had to say this morning. Thank you for taking my call.
All right. Well, Carl, you have a great day. Good weekend. Safe travels out there. I'm not sure what part of the country is, but enjoy the warmer conditions over the next couple of days. It's amazing. Middle of the night can actually step out of the secret bunker in the middle of January without a jacket right now. I'm loving it. All right, other industry headlines coming your way. And we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. They tell us North American Class 8 truck orders apparently roared back in December, jumping to their highest level in more than 3 years, they say, as fleets moved to lock in equipment amid easing regulatory uncertainty. According to FTR Transportation Intelligence, preliminary net orders for Class 8 trucks and tractors totaled 42,200 units in December. That's up 108% month over month, 21% year over year. The Class 8 orders well above the 10-year December average of roughly 29,000 units. This marked the strongest monthly order intake since October of 2022, with on-highway equipment accounting for most of the year-over-year gains, according to FTR. Now, despite the strong finish to the year, they cautioned the broader market is still under pressure. Cumulative orders for the 2026 order season, which started in September, are still down 22% year over year, which underscores the ongoing freight softness and restrained capital spending among the fleets. We attribute much of December's spike to improved policy clarity following some of the recent guidance on tariffs and emission rules. Those clarifications emerged late in the year, kind of helping explain why orders surged in December rather than November. FTR analysts warned that the rebound does not necessarily yet signal a full demand recovery. Despite greater policy clarity, freight demand is still soft. Fleet profitability is constrained and capital spending discipline persists among rising costs. Again, final word from FTR in a statement, but at least it sounds like maybe a step in the right direction. All right, let's see what's happening with the, well, there it is, the right-wing nut.
Yeah. Right wing nut. Yeah. Hey, I got a question about that. That Nipponese astronaut up there? Did you say what was his name again?
I can't recall.
Was it Khmer you?
Something like that.
I think. Yeah.
Come here, you.
Exactly. How do you know if you're calling for him or if you're calling him by name? You, come here. Come here, you. I mean, really, what do? Do they just go ahead and dump out a pan of silverware and whatever it comes out name? Sound-wise is what they call them. Drop that damn drawer down and let all the knives and forks hit the ground. Bing, chang, pong, chang, chang, pang. I don't know. That's different culture for me. I don't know. I'm just lucky they didn't call me.
Now, come here, you.
Come here, you. Yes. Now, for the more serious question here, I hear the ad saying you're in the top 15 of the overnight shows and podcasts. And
yes,
whatnot.
That is correct.
Now, I guess whatever you're, whatever you're on, like right now on your different platforms, they have a number of people that are signed on to it at that time. Is that correct?
That would be affirmative.
Okay, and then if they listen to the platforms at a different time, like, say noon or whatnot, then they also add those in. Is that correct?
That is considered the podcast numbers. Yeah, people that listen at any time of the day.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now the other question, when you're on terrestrial radio,
Yes.
how do they figure that out? I mean, do they send out something like they used to do with the TV saying, do you watch this show? Do you watch this one? Do they have something similar to ask them what they listen to during the daytime or nighttime, or how does that work out?
They still do. They call it, well, it was Arbitron ratings over the years. I think in most markets in this day and age, I don't know that they can track the numbers, but radio stations have to pay an additional fee to get the numbers for like overnight listenership. And most stations don't pay the extra funds to even see how many listen on the overnight hours.
Well, I guess that'd be kind of hard to do so without paying somebody to figure that out.
Right.
Go walk
and any market,
door,
like if we have an affiliate in Denver, Denver could track the numbers of that affiliate there for just their listening market. There's no way to take all the different stations around the country and put them all into like one figure.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so I guess it's just a big guess for the terrestrial stations and whatnot, but you got concrete facts for what you're doing there on your podcast. Okay.
Yeah. Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, the app, all those numbers are tracked in real time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, all right. Well, I guess that's really all I was worried about and trying to figure it out before I had to start counting other digits on my body to figure out how you figure out how many people you got listening to you. And, that's going to be about it for me. All right, you have yourself a good night. Folks, let's do this again next week. Y'all stay safe.
All right, have a good weekend. I know out west, in the right-wing nuts neck of the woods, it's pretty darn chilly tonight. In the 20s. Seen a little bit of snow in the mix there, actually, even in New Mexico. Yeah, got some winter weather advisory. Northern portions of New Mexico actually have some winter storm warnings. I don't know, is apple turkey in the mix there? I got like Roy, Clayton, New Mexico, Raton, Chama. Yeah, Albuquerque, just to the east of Albuquerque, got winter storm warnings there. How much are they talking about? Let's see. This includes the like of Raton Pass, Union County, 3 to 6 inches. Possible higher amounts, 5 to 10 on Raton Pass from the Weather Service in Albuquerque for the Northeast Highlands. 2 to as much as 6 inches. Yeah, winds to 45 miles per hour. Yeah, several other advisories, but some slick conditions out there for sure. Winter storm warnings in effect till 5 a.m. Mountain Time here this Friday morning.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, hello to Scott. Checking in this morning. Kind of following up on the right-wing nuts conversation a few moments ago. He said, listening to you talking to the right-wing nut about ratings, it reminded me of an interesting side note. Ever since I was a kid, every once in a blue moon, I'd get an envelope from the Nielsen's rating people. It always had a $2 bill enclosed. And I would send in the reply each time. Here a couple months ago, one showed up and I showed the envelope to my wife and proudly proclaimed there'd be a $2 bill inside. Only to find it was empty. I was thinking they've become cheap. Then I looked at the instructions and there was a highlighted statement that said, if I return the questionnaire, they'd send me $10. So I did. Sure enough, about 2 weeks ago, I got an envelope in the mail from Nielsen's containing a new $10 bill. I'll be looking forward to my next questionnaire. That's interesting. Over all the years, I have never, ever received any sort of a questionnaire from the likes of Nielsen, Arbitron, any of those radio or television broadcast things. I didn't know they actually still did it, but the old-fashioned snail mail. Thought everything was like digital these days, but I digress. Gary says we're at 62 degrees southwest Ohio at this hour. Can you believe it? In January. Morning, Plowboy. Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve. 41 and dropping here in Kansas City, Missouri. By the way, I think you said John made a message to you. He had a load of aluminum. I hope it's coming to Fort Claycomo, Kansas City, Missouri, because we're needing it. We're going to be busy for a little while. That's one of your emailers that you read here earlier. Steve, is there a way we could go internationally with your radio show?
Well, I mean, as far as the internet goes, technically it is.
Okay, but I mean, if we would take, I'm being very serious when I say this. It sounds like I'm full of it, but I'm not. Fox News is reporting, are we really going to try to take Greenland by eminent domain, as in buying people of like to the tune of 57,000 people at $10,000 to $100,000 a head? That's what I just seen on Fox News feed.
Seems like I saw a story like yesterday that, I don't know, what the purchase price could be something like $300 billion maybe. Does that sound about like what that would translate to?
Yeah, and that'd be a worthwhile venture, really. I believe it would be. Just to go the strategic part of it.
Yeah.
Where it's located at and how close it is to the Arctic Ocean, and we need to have all we can get up there. Eagle tripped me on something. I've got a big question now. Steve, how many times have you reported about some law enforcement agency, I think like in Louisiana, has pulled somebody over and they have had a buttload of cash on them?
Mm-hmm.
And it has been confiscated.
Right.
Okay. How come is not all this cash being confiscated at your airports by these damn Somalis that are hauling it out by the briefcasefuls?
According to the TSA, I've never had that kind of money. I don't know how it works.
Me neither.
But you have to declare it. And they said in each case when these people were coming out with briefcases of cash, they had their, quote, correct paperwork in order. I don't know what kind of paperwork you have to have, but
my God.
if you got your papers in order, I guess you can do it.
God. Okay, I knew there had to be a blemish I missed.
Yep.
Okay, thanks for clarifying it. But speaking of the buttload of cash, thanks for. I was going to touch on that one too about your California with our great Sean Duffy holding the money from going to them.
Right.
Steve, I'm afraid it's going to be a bad news for the good truck driver. Really, I do. Anybody going to California, I think Santa Claus would have to back me up when I say this. All California is going to do is raise the tickets and the fees on the good American drivers going out there to compensate for their losses. And it has been done before, Steve. I've literally seen them lose money, and oh my God, every truck that is going through the scales is getting the major proctology reports, and I mean to the buttload of it. But one more question: can this wife of this gal up in Minneapolis be charged?
That's a valid question. I mean, because I guess the investigation's ongoing, and that the little scenario I shared earlier said that, I mean, this was like a pre-planned, premeditated. She was videoing, looking to get viral video. It's possible, I would say. Can't rule it out. We get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the woman shot during an ICE operation in Minneapolis on Wednesday was stalking immigration enforcement officers.
During a press conference, Noem said the incident was preventable and that the agent who shot and killed the woman has been treated at a hospital and released.
The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues.
Noem added that the ICE agent had been previously involved in a separate incident in which he was rammed and dragged by a vehicle last year. DHS says the woman was protesting ICE when she allegedly drove her car into federal agents, but the Democratic mayor of Minneapolis disputes that, saying the woman was fleeing the scene. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A new bipartisan House bill would simplify Reserve and National Guard duty statuses from 30 down to 4, aiming to fix benefit disparities, streamline pay, and reduce administrative burdens. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Plowboy was just asking about the whole Greenland thing. Shorty just shared with me, he said, according to Fox News, the Trump administration is considering paying each resident, as it says, thousands of dollars, part of a bid to encourage the territory to secede from Denmark and join the United States. Officials, including White House aides, have discussed payment figures ranging from $10,000 to $100,000. Now, for an island with a population of roughly 57,000 people, that cost could range from more than $500 million to nearly $6 billion. Which I'm thinking, that's pretty cheap. While discussions of a lump sum payment are not new, Reuters reported officials have become more serious in recent days and are considering higher amounts. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said during a Wednesday briefing, buying Greenland would benefit U.S. national security. It's not a new idea. The president's been very open and clear with all of you in the world that he views it is our best interest to deter Russia and Chinese aggression in the Arctic region. That's why the team is currently talking about what a potential purchase would look like. Either way, Secretary of State Rubio said on Wednesday he plans to meet with his Danish counterpart next week to discuss Greenland. The president has contended the U.S. should acquire Greenland. Its mineral resources are vital in advancing military technologies, and that the Western Hemisphere should broadly fall under Washington's geopolitical influence. Over the weekend, the president told reporters Greenland is surrounded by Russia and Chinese ships. Denmark, which governs Greenland, lacks the capability to provide the level of defense and oversight that would meet our national security standards. It is so strategic, he says. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. Denmark's not going to be able to do it. Meanwhile, authorities in Greenland and Denmark insist we're not for sale. European leaders criticizing the idea, saying it undermines trust between the U.S. and Denmark as NATO allies. Under the NATO defense agreement, allies are obliged, to support one another militarily if attacked, making the idea of a sale particularly sensitive. Greenland's prime minister over the weekend said, "This is enough." Responding to the president's remarks, no more pressure, no more hints, no more fantasies about annexation. Tuesday, Nielsen added that Greenland will remain part of Denmark despite the United States' efforts. I don't know, how much money, how much does it take? Everything has a price, doesn't it? That's what they've always said, but what's going on, Grump?
I've been to Greenland probably, half a dozen times over my Air Force career. We've always had a pact there, an agreement that will protect Greenland, and we used to be Thule Air Force Base was up there for years, and they, renamed it here not too long ago, but I think during the first Trump administration, they renamed it. But we've had an agreement with them since 1951, where we paid, to have radar sites, different things, early warning systems, a lot of other things up there in Greenland. I wish Trump would shut his damn mouth, because that's not going away. They chose to have the United States there, and what does he think else is he's going to expand on? All he's got to do, there's nothing up there but tundra. Hell, they would let him do anything he wanted if they wanted to pay it. But we don't have to take ownership of Greenland. That's idiotic. I don't know. I think he just needs to back off on that and see exactly what we can get on the agreement on adding more radar sites, early warning systems, maybe improve the port there for more naval base. They got a deep water port there right off of Thule that, they used to bring in a lot of Navy ships. We still got Iceland. We've got, Keflavik, Iceland there. Been in and out of there several times, and I actually wanted to be stationed in Iceland. I loved it there. But I don't know what his thinking is. You can't piss off these foreign leaders like this, by telling them, we can, and he alluded to it, that we can just take it by force if we wanted to. That would be the dumbest thing in the world. Countries would be kicking us out right and damn left. The idea is to build relationships, not ruin them. And I'm sorry, I might step on a few people's toes that just think Trump can't do a damn thing wrong, but he's wrong with this. He needs to knock it off and try to build a better agreement right now so that we can get more landmass there in the northern part of Greenland. Because you're already, I think it's, 700, 800 miles north of the Arctic Circle. Anyway, it's colder than hell up there. Even in the summer, I think summer was on a Tuesday up there when we were there. But it used to be a big stopover. We'd land in and out of there. We used to call it the flying taxi. If you was going overseas or something like that, hell, you'd land at Thule, Greenland. You'd land over in Keflavik, Iceland. You'd land up in Scotland or somewhere like that, or Mildenhall, England. Then you'd finally make it over to Germany or somewhere like that. And they just unload troops and then reload them. And it's been a major part of our history for forever since World War II. And there used to be a secret base up underneath the Thule, Greenland there, where they allowed to keep nuclear weapons there. And in 1968, they had that B-52 that crashed off the runway there, and they had a low order detonation of the high explosives, but it also sent out a bunch of radiation. They had 4 nuclear weapons on there. That's it's all documented. Help people knows it. I just wish he'd just shut up about it, really, and
So
just try to work something out where they could get a better deal than what they've got right now, and maybe a little bit more land mass, because nobody wants to move to Greenland.
So I'm looking here. There's a Breitbart news. The writers for Breitbart said, we explained why annexing or buying Greenland would create unnecessary complications. So if a purchase doesn't work, what does? Their suggestion, how about a 100-year lease? A century-long lease would be the simplest way to ensure access without the political liabilities of ownership. A lease keeps sovereignty where it is, transferring defined rights for a defined term. Denmark keeps the flag. Greenland keeps their internal self-government. The U.S. secures access and capabilities that matter in the Arctic. Does that make sense?
Makes a lot of sense. I mean, that's what they should be looking at. We've got a joint. It was a joint base there anyway. We had, the only NATO troops that was there with us was actually the Danish troops. And everybody got along with them. Them people. At any given time there was probably 8,000 people there, probably max. And wasn't many families or anything like because they got base housing and stuff, but it just it's just not a place to. There's not a hell of a lot to do in Thule, Greenland, trust me. But other than drink and and freeze your ass off. So it's a big stopover, like I said, for bombers and things. And KC-135s would be staged there, and if they had to do an elephant walk or something like that somewhere where they're getting planes that were moving into the Middle East or something like that, that's a good staging area for KCs and things where they could get them out of there. And nobody really messed with anything up there. I mean, the early warning systems and everything that we have, was basically for missiles coming over, but they also have a lot of deep sea stuff there too, with a lot of the naval assets that are in the area there that has the capability. I just want him to shut up and just talk about a long-term lease that's not going to, create problems with the American soldiers that are there and other places. Because when you start talking that, we'll just kick your ass and take it, kind of thing, like he was, basically alluding to and stuff like that. That's going to, we've got troops all over the world, Steve. I mean, it's just the way it's always been. And that's the last thing we want is some of these countries thinking, well, is he going to do it to us? Let's just get him out of here. The hell with them. We spend a lot of money. It's like Germany. I mean, hell, we closed over 200 bases in Germany, bases and concerns and things like that in Germany. That was everything from radar sites to tank batteries to Air Force bases. And we did it for a right reason. It was under the drawdown of forces. NATO was building up, and the United States was kind of getting leaner and meaner, as we say. But Greenland would be an ideal spot for a lot more radar systems, and I don't see how in the hell they would even oppose anything like that, because it's nothing but tundra up there. And the more money that we could bring in for the citizens that the 58,000 people that live in Greenland, that's strung out around there, they would probably welcome it. But when you get involved with the Danish and you're telling them, going to start spouting orders, because I don't know, Trump thinks he can snap his fingers and things is going to happen. It don't work like that. A lot of people, that's a sovereign country that's part of another sovereign country. So, just back off of it and talk about a long-term lease and see what they can do to better that area in there and get more stuff in there. I think it'd be a far cry better than what he's talking. And it's just an insult. How the hell would we like it if somebody just, said, well, we're going to take over Alaska now. You're either going to give it to us or we're going to kick your ass and take it. We bought it from Russia. But what the hell if Russia wanted it back, say, part of, out on the Aleutians or something like that. When you get out in way out there and we got military bases way out, on the islands out there and everybody knows it. Hell, it's been there. We got, runways and things like that for rapid deployments and we've always had it. I don't think anybody would like it if somebody just said, it's close enough to us, we're going to go ahead and take it over. We'll buy it from you or we'll just take it. Just knock it off, Donald. Damn, just, use your head once instead of your mouth. But it pisses me off. It really does, because when every time I'd been there, everybody really enjoyed it, themselves and and everything. And the Danish, we got along really good with them. There wasn't no fighting or carrying on. I mean, it's a lot of inside sports and things like that. But everybody kind of manned what they were doing and did their little thing. And that was we'd go in a lot of times on a rotation, whether it was security or or augment snow removal or whatever it was, that's just the way it was, like I said, everybody got along. I liked that kind of area. I liked Iceland. I loved it. Keflavik, Iceland, and Reykjavik was a very, it's a modern place, and it's beautiful there. I mean, the women were just knocked dead damn gorgeous. So it was, I had alternative motives for wanting to be there, but it was, like I said, it was just a lot of fun.
Right.
But anyway, let's look at this. What's getting me about this whole shooting up in Minnesota? If you want to shift gears here, the whole thing that I see is people are, this whole murder thing that these idiots were talking about. It just really upsets you. I mean, when you look at this and you listen to some of the crap that rolls out of these guys' mouths, these damn news media people, you just want to, I don't know, throat punch every damn one of them. It's ridiculous. It just burns your ass to find out. And it went up in front of the Supreme Court there, years ago. Well, in 84, I think it was, something like that. And the reason it went in front of the Supreme Court was because there was a case that was in let's see, where was it? It was in I think it was in Memphis or something like that. Anyway, there was a kid named Garner, and a police officer shot him in the back of the head. He was suspected that he had been in burglarizing homes or something like that, and anyway, he took off running and he tried climbing over a fence, and the cop was right hot on his heels, and anyway, he pulled out his gun, shot him in the back of the head, and it killed the kid. He died a little bit later. Well, the father tried suing for damages and said they violated his constitutional rights, 14th Amendment, everything else, lack of due process, all this other stuff. And it finally wound up in front of the Supreme Court, but it was only after that the district court, they entered a judgment for the cops. They said, no, it's, the kid was fleeing. It was illegal. It was a legal move. And when we look at what happened up there, I mean, when the police are hollering, stop, 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 and this idiot is keeping on going and winds up getting shot, I guess just, shame on her. You do stupid things, this is what happens. And if you go back to the Garner decision, it was a 6-3 decision. They actually come down and said that there has to be probable cause that violence to the officer or to the community will occur. Well, hell, when she's trying to run over you with a SUV, I'd say violence to the officer is probably imminent. And that was the basis on why he pulled the trigger. It was taught in the police academy when I went through the police academy back in 1993. It was taught there, the Tennessee v. Garner rule there, and you got to be sure about it. Hell yeah, you got to be sure. But there was enough cameras and everything there that should clear him. Of course, there's going to be an investigation on it, and there'll be a civil suit and every damn thing else. But he's going to get cleared on the civil suit because he had cause to pull that trigger. And what I don't like and what I can't stand is the fact that you have so many news media and so many other crap that's going on. And I actually got in an argument with some green-haired dumbass gal in a restaurant up in Nebraska yesterday. Sitting there eating, and she's running her mouth. It popped up on the news. Yeah, cop killed another one, going on. And I said, where's your proof? Are you just seeing one side of this and blah, blah, blah? And she asked me where my MAGA hat was and, that kind of thing, and, kind of pissed me off. And I said, why don't you just set your green ass over there and try to figure out your pronouns? I said, let the cops worry about this, all right? But it just kind of, this is what we're up against right now, Steve. I mean, this is how people like Jeffries and Schumer and everybody else that at one time would have stood up and said, "Hey, ICE is coming. You know, they're going to lock your ass up. You might as well just give yourself up." Schumer's, you know, he's been on so many different sides of this argument. It's just like, you know, whichever way is politically advantageous to him today is how he's going to do it with his base. They've changed sides so damn many times, and it's sickening to see the crap that they're pulling, you know, right there in the Capitol because of everything that's going on with this. And it just, you know, he's going to be cleared on everything. I mean, it was a righteous shooting, number one. I mean, you know, they can see that she wasn't slowing down. She was using her vehicle in an aggressive manner. And, you know, what people don't understand is you get out here, and I hit a car, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years ago, something. No, it was longer than that, probably 8 years ago, that had pulled around in front of me and jammed her brakes on. Just got pissed off for whatever reason, you know, was doing this brake checking crap. Well, I don't touch my brakes. I'll run over your ass. So I bounced him up off the Jersey barrier. You know, hit my big old bull bumper that I had on there, the herd bumper on the front of the truck. It knocked him up on his trunk lid, flew open, crap blowing out of it, and all this other stuff. Never even slowed down, just kept on going. Well, I called the cops, and they're like, yeah, well, you know, number one, it was a stolen car, so we, you know, but there was cops in the damn construction area, and nobody, you know, did a damn thing. They didn't come out and try to run him down or anything, so I didn't understand that. But it's still, you know, it's one of these things that when you decide to use your vehicle as a weapon, you know, that's a Class E felony right there. I mean, when you decide that you're going to brake check somebody and you want them to take evasive maneuvers in order not to hit you, which is stupid, go ahead and hit them. You know, if you got a dash cam, go ahead and hit them and just turn the dash cam, you know, give it to the cop, or, you know, pull the memory stick out and give it to the cop. But they're using their vehicle, and they made a conscious decision to do that. You know, that they want you to possibly crash, you know, or whatever, take evasive action because of their stupidity. You know, well, at that point in time, it just changed. You know, everything just changed. That vehicle became a weapon. And there ain't a hell of a lot that they got a leg to stand on if it goes to court. I mean, you wouldn't even go to civil court on that, because, you know, when they make that decision that they're going to use their vehicle as a weapon and jam the brakes on and whatever, and Missouri's already had that. They had a young lady that got killed. She swerved around a guy because he pulled the same damn thing, pulled around in front of her and pickup truck, jammed his brakes on, and she actually rolled her car over. It was over by O'Fallon, Missouri, and she died. Well, he went to prison for 20 years, you know, just over that very, you know, it went from a Class E felony to second-degree murder. You know, he was conscious on what he did. So, you know, this world, man, I tell you what, I can't believe, how it's happening right now and all the things that's going on. You know, look at Iran. Since 1979, they've been bouncing back and forth with these revolutions and arguments and everything else. And it just, you know, this may be the straw that breaks the camel's back. You know, when they have these blackouts like this, generally, that's for the military to move in and try to
quell the violence, try to get everything quieted down, so nobody can see what's going on, right?
Yep, they try this, but you know, with Musk right now he sent a lot of the Starlink overhead. They've still got communications that they're going to be, you know, linking up with and things like that, you know, on the internet, so they'll be able to get information out. I think right now, though, when you look at a lot of the military, you know, they're laying down their guns. They're tired of this crap. You know, the Ayatollah has done nothing but ruin that country. You know, we used to be a good, you know, allies of Iran. You know, when I first went to the military in the Air Force, we had Iranian pilots that were training at Kelly Air Force Base, and then all of a sudden, bam, the hostages, and, you know, the Shah fled, and you know, the Ayatollah took over, and we had, you know, the hostages was in there, and, you know, everything just went south right then, and they, you know, expelled all the Iranian, you know, service members and people out of the country. And this has been going on since 1979, and it's time it ends. You know, it really is. I mean, you know, their people are starving. They have no money in their pockets whatsoever. You know, when you look at the average salary, you know, of an Iranian is what per month is about $38. what the hell can you do? I mean, and right now inflation is just through the roof. The dollar's not, their money is not worth a damn thing over there anymore. So it's, you'd have to take a basket load of it to buy a candy bar or something if you could even find one. But it's time it's over, and it's, I there again, listen to Trump saying, if they start, shooting up machine guns and things like that they may have to move in and take care of something. I'm really tired of that too. I'm tired of us being the world's policemen. For every little skirmish that pops up, it's always our guys that has to go bleed for somebody else that wouldn't, pee on us if we were on fire. So I get really sick of that too. But it's all the time that I've spent in the Middle East and places like that, you're never going to tame them people. I mean, they don't want us there, and I sure as hell wouldn't be their neighbor. I wouldn't move over there for nothing. I mean, it's just the way it is. They, let them be whatever. They got a lot of oil over there, and that's exactly why we're there. To kind of protect the oil and that kind of thing. And it's been like that for eons, and it's going to continue to be like that until the wells run dry. But as far as
Grump, as they say, some things never change. But we're right up against the clock here as we roll up to the midnight hour on the West Coast. So we've got a ways to go, rolling into a Friday. Good to have you with us, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protesters in Colorado Springs held a vigil for Renee Good. That's the 37-year-old mother killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. Video shows her trying to run down the agent with her vehicle, but demonstrators say she was unjustly shot.
Justice for Renee! Justice for Renee!
Lawmakers of the area are calling for ICE to leave town. Vice President J.D. Vance plans to create a new Assistant Attorney General position focused on investigating government fraud nationwide. The effort would begin with the alleged Medicaid fraud in Minnesota before expanding into other states. Senator Ted Cruz supports this measure.
I am very glad the Trump administration is leaning in, is tasking the Department of Justice with uncovering the fraud, prosecuting the fraud. It's exactly what they should be doing.
Vance says the role would also examine fraud networks linked to terrorism and would operate under White House oversight pending Senate confirmation. President Trump says he may act soon on the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act. He appeared on the Hugh Hewitt Show.
I like the AM in every car. The AM radio in every car. I like that. I'm in favor of it.
The bill would require all new cars to include AM radio, vital for emergency alerts, after some electric car makers dropped it over interference issues. Russia has rejected President Trump's 20-point peace plan for Ukraine, opposing Western troops as part of a peacekeeping force. Ukrainian President Zelensky warned of potential renewed attacks and urged citizens to follow air raid alerts while international efforts to stabilize the region continue. Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped 270 points. The S&P 500 rose less than a point, and the Nasdaq dropped 104 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Nick Reiner's now ex-attorney says his former client is not guilty of murder.
And you can take this to the bank. Pursuant to the laws of this state, pursuant to the law in California, Nick Reiner is not guilty of murder. Print that.
Celebrity attorney Alan Jackson said he withdrew from the case due to circumstances beyond control, but wouldn't say what those circumstances were, nor would he elaborate on why he believes Nick Reiner is not guilty. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The mother of a murdered toddler remains in jail in lieu of $2 million bail.
Herman Anita DeGreg could make her first court appearance today. The investigation began on Tuesday when the 24-year-old allegedly made a statement that she had harmed her child. UCLA police detained her and contacted Santa Monica police. The child, who neighbors say was a girl, was later found at the apartment and rushed to a hospital where she was pronounced dead. Neighbors in the family's upscale Santa Monica building told reporters that the child was killed with a frying pan, but police have not confirmed that allegation. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A 550-pound black bear that had been living under a home in Altadena, California for over a month has finally moved on. That was confirmed by wildlife officials. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife says the tagged bear, known as Yellow 2120, is no longer living in the crawl space under that home, which puts an end to the unusual ordeal for the homeowner. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we had some stormy weather rolling through portions of Oklahoma this past day. And Oklahoma goes down in the books with, I guess, the dubious distinction of being the first state to see tornadoes in the new year. I believe they've confirmed a total of 4 tornadoes touching down in 3 different locations in the state yesterday. How about that? Meanwhile, in other industry headlines, a cargo theft investigation in Illinois carried out by the Cook County Sheriff's Office, leading to the recovery to $500,000 in stolen protein powder from an Illinois warehouse. Last month, a supply chain company contacted the Cook County Sheriff's Office to report a large shipment of Seek protein powder had gone missing. They launched an investigation, learned the purloined protein may be in the state of Illinois. On December 23rd, their organized retail crime unit recovered more than 25,000 pounds of stolen protein powder at a warehouse in Bridgeview, Illinois, as a result of the cargo investigation, valued at more than $500,000, according to police. The CCSO continues to gather information to build a strong theft case. More often than not, these thefts go on to not be recovered. So actually a happy ending for $500,000 worth of product. Philip in Florida here on a Friday.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Doing all right. Any big plans for the coming days, or work?
Just work. I took a vacation day yesterday and just had some stuff to do around the house and did that. And back here waiting at Walmart here to get in and work here in just a little bit.
Get the day started, yeah.
I'm calling in, and I'm calling in. You know why I'm calling in, and the big news with the space station and stuff.
Right,
and
the emergency.
But absolutely. But before I get to that, that situation with that lady in Minnesota, I think the officers did what they needed to do. Steve, it's one of those things. When an officer stops you, or even whatever you're doing, and they ask you to stop, and that's what you're supposed to do. And a lot of people try to be rebellious and try to do their own thing, and it turns into situations like what happened with that lady.
Yep.
And that's the premise I don't think that people are following now. They're more, I'm going to do what I'm going to do because I can do what I want to do. Well, it isn't that way in America. I mean, yes, we do have freedom here, but you've got to understand when you're dealing with law enforcement, that freedom kind of goes away in certain aspects because you're being detained. You need to understand that and understand what's going on, and that's what I think about that situation. And as far as the Greenland thing goes, Steve, did you hear about us detaining a Russian tanker?
Yes. Yeah, that was even being shadowed by a Russian submarine, no less.
Okay. Now, the amount of manpower that we had to deploy to go to get that Russian tanker, we had to literally fly equipment from the United States to England, and then that equipment flew from England to a special ship that was out between England and out there, just off of England and all that. That equipment had to go from there and then go to that ship. I mean, it took a lot to deploy that equipment out there. Whereas Greenland and places like Greenland, if we have places like that, we wouldn't have to be doing that kind of moves with our folks in the military.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what Trump's looking at. He's looking at, we've got to have mobility around the world anywhere at any time. And just to stop that ship out there, which basically was kind of evading our blockade type of thing that we had going down in Venezuela. And it was an empty ship. It didn't have nothing. It has nothing on it. But we're detaining it under those sanctions. But it's one of those things, the amount of moves that we had to make to get everything in place. I mean, between the Coast Guard, the Navy, the Air Force, and it was an Army unit. So between all those entities, we had to make a lot of moves that cost us a lot of money. And that's what they're trying to do with situations like with the deal with Greenland. Now, I hope they do it like you were talking about earlier. We can just deal with them and have a lease and all that kind of stuff. That's fine. We don't need to get in this taking it over type of thing. That kind of rhetoric don't work.
Right.
That's not what we're doing. So, but that's something that's what people don't understand. Now, getting on to the space situation. Okay, it's not an emergency comeback. It's a comeback because our NASA looked at the program, what was going on, made the decision, hey, we don't have much more going on before they're out in February. This person needs to have some kind of makeup on their diagnosis of whatever's going on with them. They are stabilized. They said that 1 million times yesterday in their briefing, and we can bring them back. Now, it's pretty simple. We'll get back in their capsule. They'll come back. It's done and over with. The one thing that is kind of concerning with me personally is we're going to have one person on that space station that's from the United States. And we are the guys that do the EVAs, which is going outside to work on things. We are the guy that does that most of the time. The Russians have the capability of doing it, but we are the ones that are dependent on going outside and fixing things. And that's what they were doing when they found this medical situation happening. Was they were getting ready for an EVA that was going to deploy a solar array that they use. We test stuff on the space station before it even goes to a satellite, before it goes to different things and whatever it does in space. And one of the things that we test a lot on are those solar arrays that provide power. And they want to change those solar arrays out on the station. Even though we're going to get rid of it in a few years, we still need to maintain that power. And that was what they were in the process of getting set for when they found this situation, whatever it is, with that person or what was going on. And Steve, it makes sense why they want to bring this person back. Think about it. In our everyday things that we do when we go and have a medical look at, when we go to a doctor, what do we use? We use x-ray machines. We use MRI machines. We use a lot of hardware that is big and heavy and can cause damage to you with radiation and different elements that are going on with it. And you really don't want that happening inside a space station when you have a situation.
Right.
Do you really want an MRI machine in a space station spinning around doing different things in that environment? No, you don't. That's the reason why we don't have it up there. And that's why they need to get this person back, because they can do those tests on the ground and do it in the controlled environment without risking any other life. Because up there, you think about it, you make one little small move in that space station and you're done. I mean, that's a sad way of saying it, but, and you could possibly kill everybody on it. So that's why they're doing what they're doing. What do you think?
They haven't said which of the four is actually ill. Is it an American, one of the two? Do you know, or is it the Japan?
I don't know. I don't know if it is, but I do know that 3 Americans and one Russian that are coming back.
I think they said 2 Americans, 1 Japanese, and 1 Russian.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, my bad. I don't know the crew fully, but in that situation, it doesn't matter if they're Russian or American. If they've got to come back, they got to come back. Now, is it emergency? The man said yesterday, the doctor said it, Isaacman said it, it's not an emergency situation. It's a situation that this person needs that evaluation for their medical buildup. So you think about it, when you get diagnosed with something at the doctor, they do a makeup, they call it. And that makeup is all the tests that are done on you. So like your blood tests, your MRIs, anything that's done to you is a makeup. And then that makes the decision of what's going on with you. Okay? They cannot do that decision in space. It has to be done on the ground to see what's going on with this person fully and how to, treat them. Okay? And that's what the deal is. Now, the question was asked yesterday, are y'all going to go to a different landing zone or anything? No, everything is going to be the same, textbook style. The thing that they're watching now is the weather and different things and where things are going on. I mean, it is just like you bring that thing back and land it and you're done. It doesn't work that quick. Now, my question is, and I don't think this was asked yesterday, was what happens with this person in descent? Now, you got ascent, that's when you go up into space, and you got descent when you come down. Okay? What happens to this person coming down? Do they have pressure issues going on? I mean, you're going to be going through a lot of different changes in your body when you come back through the atmosphere and get back into gravity. There's a lot of variables there. Is that person going to be okay? Now, we obviously don't know what's going on with it, and I understand why they're not telling us who it is, and I understand why they're not telling us what's going on, because the reason being is, just like Steve, you know what HIPAA rules are on down here with us. There's certain personal things that we do not need to get out to the public when it concerns your medical situation. And that's why I understand what they're doing. Kudos to Isaacman and Dr. Polk. Those two guys, they made a good decision. I just want to see the person, whoever it is, whether it be a Russian, Japanese, American, whoever, get back. I mean, we don't want to see anybody perish at all. I think that NASA is looking at this a lot more for astronauts' benefit. I mean, we saw the situation with Sonny and those guys, up there before with the Starliner. I thought they took a little bit too long on the Starliner. I thought they could have moved things around a little differently, but they had to do it because of the money, and that's what it's about. I mean, it takes a lot to move people up there and back and forth. It takes a lot of money and a lot of time and a lot of planning, and it's not something you do in 5 minutes. They said it's going to take probably 2 to 3 days to get everything in place for this alone by itself, just to plan to come back. 2 to 3 days. So, if you're in a situation and you're not stable, that 2 or 3 days ain't, that's time. Time is time when it comes to medical issues. So, we'll see how it plays out. My big concern, though, is the one American that's going to be on there. It's going to be, they say that this one American can do everything. That's what they said yesterday in the news conference. There was a question asked, is this person going to be able to do what they need to do in the, in experiments and what all the stuff was planned till crew 12 gets there? And they said adamantly, yes, this person can have it. And then there was a question asked, can the Russians help them? Yes, the Russians can help them. But there are certain policies that Russia is not allowed to mess with, and that's one thing that we've got to maintain so many crew members on the ISS, and the Russians have got to maintain so much on there. It's called equal across the board, and just in case of sabotage on either side. I know it sounds stupid and it's goofy, but it's one of those things that's out there. There's certain policies that we have to follow, along with the Russians have to follow them too, and it's due to politics and sabotage and all that kind of untrust thing, if you know what I mean. So it's going to be interesting. We'll have to see if they can pull it off, and hopefully they can get that person down on the ground, get them evaluated, and figure out what's going on with them. Now, they would not talk about the episode. They did not describe about the episode. They only said, we've been in this thing for 25 years, and our astronauts are trained to evaluate other astronauts and see when they're having problems. So evidently one of the other astronauts saw this person having a problem and kind of understood what was going on. Now, the astronauts do have medical training. It's not to the degree of being a doctor, but it's pretty close on what they've got going on, depending on their mission. as we've seen with the missions with Mr. Isaacman. When they went outside the space capsule, he was the guy that did it. They had a medical officer that was a doctor on the capsule with them, just in case something went crazy, and they do have it to that degree. But on the space station, they don't have doctors all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They can only do so much up there. I mean, even blood draws and all that kind of stuff, they can do it. But how are you going to send the blood down back to Earth to be evaluated?
Right.
You going to pop it on some capsule and throw it back down?
Yeah, right.
No. It's not like you can just go down here and get your blood drawn at a place and then they send the results to your doctor. It doesn't work that way in space. So that's what a lot of people are like, a lot of questions about it, what's going on. So, But that's all I got, buddy. I just wanted to chime in on that stuff. I heard about it yesterday, and I figured I would give you a buzz and let you know what I knew. I mean, I saw the presentation from the beginning to the end. I actually sat down and spent about an hour going through it last night and seeing what they were doing, the questions and whatnot. But, it's one of those things that happens. If they have to cut away because this person does have another incident and it's major, they can do it. They do have the ability to do that, and I want everybody to know that. They can do that. They can cut the capsule away. They can be back down on the ocean within a matter of a few hours. Probably 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 hours at the very most.
Okay.
They could be landed back if it comes down to an emergency situation. But this is not an emergency situation. They're stabilized. They are on hold until they can make the decision when they're going to cut loose. So but that's all I got, buddy. I appreciate you, and you have a good
All right. Appreciate it, Philip. Thanks for the update. Hopefully when we come back here for our Monday morning edition, obviously, we were rolling into Friday. They said a couple, 3 days. So Friday, Saturday, they'll definitely be cutting loose sometime between now and our next edition here. But before I get to Pappy, I wanted to Greenland. We had touched on, and Grump agreed. He thought that's the idea, and Philip just pretty much seconded that. Let's just make an arrangement, a.k.a. a lease, as they say. They try to break it down. What would we secure? The primary objective, like Grump was saying, is military and strategic access. Expanded basing rights beyond what we have, the current, it's Pitifik space base installation. We'd get the ability to build out air and naval facilities, surveillance infrastructure, search and rescue capabilities that turn Arctic operations from aspirational to operational. The U.S. needs ports, logistics hubs, and forward operating locations that provide dependable access across Greenland's territory and waters. Secondary, but valuable, of course, would be exclusive mineral development rights in defined areas. Rare earth elements, critical minerals, other resources would be extracted under terms that are explicit, durable, and insulated from political volatility. Or Nuuk, or Copenhagen, or Brussels. This allows us to establish supply chain security for defense-critical minerals. Now, they're suggesting the term of 100 years. That provides planning certainty. It's long enough to design, fund, build, and operate infrastructure with confidence that the arrangement will endure. On the flip side, what would Denmark receive? For Denmark, the lease is a way to harvest Greenland's strategic value without absorbing the domestic backlash that comes with, say, selling territory. The key is political cover. Denmark retains formal sovereignty, while the agreement is technically finite. At the same time, the lease would deliver two tangible benefits that Copenhagen could sell at home. First is a substantial upfront payment, big enough to be real, not symbolic. Second is fiscal relief. Denmark would no longer carry the roughly $600 million annual cost of supporting Greenland's current arrangement. Denmark gets cash, fiscal relief, and political cover without giving up sovereignty. What Greenland gains? A Greenland lease cannot be a Denmark-only negotiation. If it looks like Denmark is renting out Greenland, it will fail politically. Greenland has to be at the table as a party to the agreement, with explicit rights, protections, benefits written into the deal. The core would be a straightforward offer. Greenland would receive annual payments dramatically larger than what it gets today, enough to transform public finances and expand real autonomy rather than just symbolic. Also, Greenland would receive a structured share of mineral development revenues, making Greenland a direct stakeholder in development. It would include environmental protections important to their population. Finally, the lease must come with a serious investment package that will create jobs and improve the quality of life of the people of Greenland, while also supporting American logistics and our security objectives. We will be building ports, infrastructure, hiring locals. Now, to price this, use Denmark's own cost of capital as the benchmark. Denmark's 10-year government bond yield is roughly 2.7%, which is essentially Denmark's price for long-term money. If the lease is supposed to be mutually beneficial, that's the discount rate that matters. Start with the fiscal baseline. Denmark's roughly $600 billion annual support, discounted over 100 years at 2.77%, has a present value of about $20.3 billion. That's the value of the fiscal burden that Denmark would be able to shed. Now, the smart move would be to combine an upfront payment with a manageable annual payment and revenue sharing. That produces something each party can point to immediately while still aligning incentives over decades of time. Now, they do kind of delve into how much would this cost plausibly? Maybe $50 billion up front to secure political buy-in, make the agreement tangible, $2.5 billion annually, say, for 100 years. All right, we have to pause there. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the woman shot during an ICE operation in Minneapolis on Wednesday was stalking immigration enforcement officers.
During a press conference, Noem said the incident was preventable and that the agent who shot and killed the woman has been treated at a hospital and released.
The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues.
Noem added that the ICE agent had been previously involved in a separate incident in which he was rammed and dragged by a vehicle last year. DHS says the woman was protesting ICE when she allegedly drove her car into federal agents, but the Democratic mayor of Minneapolis disputes that, saying the woman was fleeing the scene. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A new bipartisan House bill would simplify Reserve and National Guard duty statuses from 30 down to 4, aiming to fix benefit disparities, streamline pay, and reduce administrative burdens. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join MediShare and save even more than usual. For many families, joining MediShare means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And MediShare is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. MediShare has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40, 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday. Hello, Pappy.
What's the word, Steven? World's going just absolutely crazy, man. Bear with me because I just let the dog out, so waiting for him to get to the back door again. All right, let's talk about Greenland. We'll hit a couple topics here. First of all, Steve, it's no secret that Russia has been building up in that part of the planet for many years. It's no secret if there's a missile attack against our country, that's the closest point of contact to intercept the missiles. Listen, Trump. Listen, I agree with Trump here. Sometimes he needs to just shut his mouth. Trump was responding to some NATO leaders, right? Some of these NATO leaders were saying it's a no-go. You can't even buy. If you try to purchase Greenland, NATO is going to shut down all these NATO bases in Europe. Right? That's what they came out and said, which was a big fat bluff to begin with. They wouldn't do it. So Trump made that comment towards the NATO leaders. That, well, we'll just take it. And I agree with Grump here, man. Come on, dude. Just the United States, man. You don't say that, at least publicly anyway, right? Come on.
Right. We're just gonna it's like thug talk. We're bigger than you when it's coming. Whip your ass.
Yeah. What are we, Putin or come on?
Yeah.
So, man, sometimes he just puts his foot in his mouth, man. People don't want to hear that kind of talk. And Steve, we said it from the get-go, man. There's Trump derangement syndrome, right? And then there's the all Trumpers that will never say anything bad about him, right? And no matter what. And that's not right either. If he does something that I disagree with, I'll come out and say it, just like Grump will, just like you will.
Right.
Just like most of your callers will, man. It's just common folk, common people with common sense, Steve. Now, a few months ago, before this Greenland thing even ever was in the news and came up in topic, I've talked to you about the Sean Ryan show. He has some guests on there, Steve. A lot of these guys are, badass military dudes. There's this one lady he has on there. She was deep in the CIA. He had a guy on there that was talking about Greenland and the military objective that needs to be done up there. Plus, he was talking about the minerals and everything that you just described in your brief there. Now, he went on to say, I'll just say what he said, whatever it means, is that there's weapon systems unbeknownst to us, that it's imperative that we're able to keep that region. He wouldn't elaborate, wouldn't say, but and I agree it should be some sort of lease option. Now, if they just flat out wanted to say, okay, yes, we want to be part of the United States, hey, welcome home, right? But if that's not an option, we're not going to take it. Trump knows that. We're not going to go in there and take it. We need to work out a deal. And who's the best man for that? Who wrote the book, The Art of the Deal?
Art of the Deal.
You'll get a deal, boy. We'll get a deal done. So, Grump talked about Tennessee versus Gardner, Steve. That was a Supreme Court ruling. I'll try to clarify a little bit of what he was talking about in this Tennessee versus Gardner. There was a felony suspect that was leading a serious felony crime that the officers engaged. He was fleeing. It was either a burglary or a robbery, okay? I can't remember which one. I'm leaning towards it was a burglary in progress. And Steve's serious felonies being committed, and all the courts ruled in this, is that these criminals are known to carry guns. It doesn't mean every single person, but it goes hand in hand, right? Serious crimes, the perpetrators are known to carry guns. So they're chasing this dude. He's climbing a fence. Officer's worried he's going to get away, and he shoots and kills him. Shot him in the back. Killed him. The Supreme Court ruled that it was justified, and why? The question was posed, did the fleeing felony subject pose a threat to the public if not captured? And the Supreme Court ruled, yes, they agreed. That's what that case is all about.
Okay.
So he's kind of leaning it towards, this weekend's or yesterday's shooting with this ICE agent, this lady. Yeah, she was fleeing, Steve, but it goes above and beyond that because, like Rump said, she was using that vehicle as a deadly weapon, right? So, but I think what Rump was trying to say, just based on the Tennessee versus Gardner Supreme Court ruling, right? Blocking traffic, using her vehicle to block traffic, or box in, prevent ICE agents from being able to perform their duties. Whether or not a serious felony, I don't know. If she drove away, if they'd be entitled. They would have to prove she was a threat to the public if she got away. Now, she was definitely a threat to them officers when she put that thing in gear and started to drive off. There's no doubt about that. And let me say this, too, Steve. Dang on it. When I first heard this, and, correct me if you're wrong, when you first heard this, normal people probably were thinking, sounds like somebody did something wrong, right? But we're going to wait and see what the evidence shows before drawing any real conclusion. We just don't come right out and say, hey, there was an ICE officer was involved in a deadly shooting. No, it was justified. Without knowing any facts.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what the non-normal people like the whacked out left do, Steve. They don't care. They don't want any type of evidence. And if you present them with evidence that contradicts their outcome that they want, they just ignore it. And then if you show them a video, they tell you you're not seeing what you're seeing. How many times have we went through this? You tell leftists, hey, did you hear I shot and killed someone? Murderers. It was a murder. Just come right out and say it. Out, no evidence. No nothing. Automatically. And I talked about it last night. I'm going to say it again tonight. You got these government officials, former government officials, that are telling these people to hit the streets and fight ICE. Government officials. Steve, what's the name of that thing on news anchor? Got the axe. African-American guy. Who was he with? CNN.
Don Lemon, Joy Reid. Both
Don Lemon. Yeah. Don Lemon. We talked about this a couple months ago when he put that out. Remember, we talked about this. If ICE comes to your house, and they're supposed to be anti-Second Amendment, right? If ICE comes to your house, you go out, you purchase a gun, and you defend yourself. If they come to your house without a warrant, you got a right to defend yourself. He could give two craps left if somebody gets killed as a result of what he just said. And either he's ignorant or he knows what we talked about. What did we talk about? The difference between a search warrant and a court order. So he's either ignorant or he knows that court order holds as much weight, and he just don't care. He wants somebody to get killed, which is absolutely evil, if that's the case, and he's not just ignorant. All right, bud. I don't know how much time you got. Let me touch on this real quick. I'll try to make it quick, and I'll get off of it. Steve, we've been saying this for a couple of years now. We're getting down to where you're going to have to pick a side. Are you on the side of America or not? And what I mean by that, Steve, is that our country, our forefathers, that they try to erase and tear down all their statues, right? Try to erase our history. This country was born and formed on Judeo-Christian values, the belief in God, the belief in family, the belief in country. If you don't agree with all them things, you're not on my side, and I'm considering you the enemy. It's just the way it is. There are those that believe that God doesn't exist. That's fine. You want to be an atheist? There are those that believe that marriage is not important, that the family is not important. A lot of people feel that way. They have the right to. But you're not on my team. Trying to erase this country's history, trying to, say God, Steve, that our country is based on Christian values, that our rights are given to us by God, not the government. And that all people, not just Americans, all people are created equal. So if when we talk about the family, you have to include marriage. Marriage is the foundation of the family. And what has these leftists been trying to do for decades? Destroy the family. It's okay. Don't have a husband. Don't have a father in the house. We'll take care of you. We'll give you food stamps. We'll give you Section 8 housing. But if you move that father in there, and he's a working man, you're going to lose all that. Been going on, Steve, that's the whole reason why this whole food stamp system came into place. Now, we can agree to disagree on things. Now, if we agree that the fundamental thoughts are going in the right direction, right? If somebody says, well, I really believe we have to have a welfare system, it's to help people get back on their feet, right? To get them stabilized. Then okay, we can agree that we're both wanting the same thing, but different reasons behind it. So we're both getting to the same objectives. So I can deal with that. But that's where it's at, man. We lose the family, Steve. We lose God. We lose the country. I appreciate you taking the call. I got squares to roll. Back to work on Friday.
Friday night.
Later on today.
Yep.
Stay safe, Steve. Watch your six, everybody. Appreciate the call. Thanks a bunch.
Happy, have a good, not going to be much of a weekend because it's back to work. His weekend's wrapping up. Hey, we'll be right back.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, Do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Yes, indeed. Rolling into a Friday. Let's get to... Hello, Scrapyard.
What's happening, Captain? Out here dodging idiots. It looks like it's going to be a real fun day for me today. I get home and wait for daylight. I've got to break out the chainsaw and the work gloves after these storms went through today. Got a pretty good scare thrown into me and the missus and all that. Big dead pine tree came down. The winds got up like 60 mile an hour and the storms rolled through. Luckily, it fell the opposite direction because if it fell toward the house, it would have went right through the bedroom.
Wow.
Yeah, we got very, very lucky. Very lucky. Praise to God for that. And on that issue up there on the ISS, more than likely what happened from what reports I got was during the preparations for the EVA, and so it was more than likely one of the 2 astronauts that was going to be on the EVA. They actually suit up for several hours breathing pure oxygen, but it's at 1/3 atmospheric pressure. So the valves on there, they probably went into basically a depressurization mode way too quickly and ended up getting a nitrogen embolism. The bends from going from regular atmospheric pressure to that reduced pressure way too quickly. And so it could cause a nitrogen pocket, not just in the blood vessels, but in the organs.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's more than likely what occurred, and they had to put them back to regular atmospheric pressure. I've seen individuals that things of that nature have happened to, like coming up from a dive and coming up too quickly and getting the bends, and you got to get a person back to that pressure. So it was basically like getting the bends in reverse and all that. In some respects and all that, but it is quite dangerous, and especially if it happened inside the brain tissue or in or around the heart and or lungs, and it could even cause broken bones if an embolism develops inside of a long bone, like in your femur. It could actually break the bone. The pressure develops too quickly. It can cause basically like a bottle of soda pop exploding.
Well, I mean, we know that the 2 American astronauts were the ones suiting up to go on the spacewalk. So,
yeah, because the emergency basically happened at the time they were doing the preparations, so it's more than likely one of those 2. That especially because the regulation valves that where they can it'll be open to atmospheric air on these suits, and they'll have a regulation valve, and if that valve basically started pulling the air out, with the hoses hooked to it. That regulator valve failed and all that. It could have pulled them down to 1/3 atmosphere pretty much within seconds. And yeah, that's not recommended on the human body. All that, and growing up with Pappy and all that, they're right and all that. You know, usually I'm a pretty stout Trump supporter, but in this case, he just needs to shut the hell up. That, yeah, if he says something incorrect, I mean, something wrong, I'm usually the first one, like in my family, to stand up and it's like, what in the hell is this man thinking? But, yeah, I've been a pretty staunch supporter and all that, but not 100%. I mean,
sure.
I mean, hell, even myself and all that, I make some faux pas and all that, and speaking, just like anybody else does. But I mean, times that he speaks and all that, he's got to where he's starting to really abuse that privilege of making a faux pas.
Well, Scrapyard, it's good to hear from you. I guess glad the tree didn't hit the house ultimately, but good luck getting everything chopped up, cleaned up. That's what you look forward to on a Friday, right? Go chop up a tree. So, looks like today, the president will be meeting with a number of oil executives. I'm not exactly sure, but I presume, obviously, probably Chevron, who has already a big-time vested interest in Venezuela. We're going to be talking more about that. How much might they be willing to invest in getting the oil facilities in Venezuela back up and running? More on that in our final hour just ahead.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the woman shot during an ICE operation in Minneapolis on Wednesday was stalking immigration enforcement officers.
During a press conference, Noem said the incident was preventable, that the agent who shot and killed the woman has been treated at a hospital and released.
The ICE officer, fearing for his life and the other officers around him and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training to save his own life and that of his colleagues.
Noem added that the ICE agent had been previously previously involved in a separate incident in which he was rammed and dragged by a vehicle last year. DHS says the woman was protesting ICE when she allegedly drove a car into federal agents, but the Democratic mayor of Minneapolis disputes that, saying the woman was fleeing the scene. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The White House says the people of Minnesota no longer back Democratic Governor Tim Walz.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt commented on Walz's decision to end his bid for a third term as governor.
I think Tim Walz probably dropped out of the race because he realizes he no longer has the support of the people of his own state, which is a remarkable downfall considering he was the number 2 on the Democrat Party's ticket just about a year ago.
Walz pointed to the ongoing healthcare fraud scandal in his state as a reason for his decision. But Leavitt said Medicaid fraud in Minnesota is rampant and federal investigators are in the state. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Venezuelan officials say 100 people were killed in Saturday's U.S. raid during the capture of President Nicolas Maduro.
A large number of the dead include Maduro's security team and some 32 members of the Cuban military and intelligence services working in the country. Maduro's wife, Celia Flores, who was also captured, reportedly sustained a head injury in the raid. The country has declared a week of mourning for the dead. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A new bipartisan House bill would simplify Reserve and National Guard duty statuses from 30 down to 4, aiming to fix benefit disparities, streamline pay, and reduce administrative burdens. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Rallies took place today all across New York as unrest unfolds nationwide following the deadly ICE-related shooting in Minneapolis.
Many New Yorkers say they've seen the video leading up to the shooting death of 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, who was driving a vehicle that was approached by ICE agents.
There's no justification for what you didn't need to take. You could have busted the tires, shoot at the tires.
I mean, it's frightening. It's ridiculous.
Different narratives are unfolding as the investigation continues, with President Donald Trump defending ICE agents, saying an officer was run over. Meantime, New York City Mayor Mamdani addressed the incident, saying New York City will always be a city that stands up for immigrants. I'm Natalie Migliori.
A New York judge set March 3rd as the tentative date for Harvey Weinstein's retrial on a rape charge involving Jessica Mann. Researchers in Arizona say a mail-in finger prick blood test can accurately detect markers for Alzheimer's disease.
The study out of Banner Health's fluid biomarker program in Sun City found that a simple mail-in blood test was just as effective in detecting brain damage associated with Alzheimer's as standard blood tests or spinal fluid taps. A senior researcher at the biomarker program, Dr. Nicholas Ashton, says that ultimately science is moving toward a pathway of treating for Alzheimer's disease before symptoms emerge. The study is published in the journal Nature Medicine. I'm Scott Carr.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, what do you say? Here we go. Kick off that final hour here on a Friday. Start things off this hour with other industry headlines. After losing one battle, the federal government not giving up on their effort to strip transportation funding from states not complying with immigration enforcement. One of the president's favorite tools for ensuring compliance with his policies is withholding funding from states that don't cooperate. That included freezing federal transportation dollars for a seemingly unrelated reason. Going back to April, the transportation secretary warned states if they do not comply with federal immigration enforcement, transportation funds would be at risk. The DOT has noted instances where some recipients of federal financial assistance have declined to cooperate with ICE investigations, have issued driver's licenses to individuals present in the U.S. in violation of federal immigration law, or otherwise acted in a manner that impedes federal law enforcement. This undermines federal sovereignty in the enforcement of immigration law, compromises the safety and security of the transportation system supported by DOT financial assistance, and prioritizes illegals over the safety and welfare of the American people, whose federal tax dollars fund these assistance programs. Well, that initially prompted 20 states with Democrat attorney generals to file a lawsuit against the DOT and Duffy, contending that Congress did not give the DOT power to compel states to participate in federal immigration enforcement. In June, Duffy kind of doubled down, stating rogue state actors will not receive a red cent from the DOT. Just a few days after Duffy issued the informal ultimatum, Chief Judge John McConnell Jr. of the Rhode Island Federal District Court struck it down, issuing a preliminary injunction to the 20 states involved in the lawsuit. The order barred the DOT from withholding funds tied to immigration while the case was pending. Defendants' conduct violates federal law because they acted outside of the statutory authority when they issued the Duffy Directive and imposed immigration enforcement conditions categorically across all U.S. DOT grants when Congress appropriated those funds for transportation purposes, not for immigration enforcement purposes, said the judge. Congress did not authorize or grant authority to the Secretary of Transportation to impose immigration enforcement on federal dollars specifically appropriated for transportation purposes. So, in November, the judge officially ended the DOT's bid to tie transportation to immigration policy. In his final order in favor of the states, the judge says the Constitution demands the court set aside this lawless behavior. Essentially, defendants argued is that the extremely broad objectives Congress outlined for the DOT in its governing statute, compelled with scant explicit statutory restrictions on the DOT's discretion in setting terms and conditions for transportation funding, vests the DOT with the inherent power to impose whatever condition they wish on grant agreements so long as the DOT reasonably determines those conditions to advance its impossible broad understanding of the core mission. So said the judge. This cannot be so. Congress does not hide elephants in mouse holes. So we move forward. The federal government not backing down. Right after that New Year's Day, the DOT notified the judge they're going to appeal the decision. First of all, the case will now be reviewed by the First Circuit. Of the 11 judges in that circuit, only 2 were appointed by a Republican president. That includes one Trump appointee. As of January 7, the case has not yet been assigned to a panel, but what is at stake are billions of dollars in transportation funding for certain states. Since Duffy first warned the states, the DOT has tied transportation to immigration policies, particularly, as we know, in trucking. As we begin enforcing the English proficiency regulations, taking non-compliant drivers off the road. A few months later, the FMCSA issuing the interim final rule tightening restrictions on the non-domiciled CDLs. Those 2 actions alone have allowed the DOT to threaten federal funding in other ways, as we saw just this past day in the case of California, officially withholding the nearly $160 million in transportation funding to that state. Duffy said that he would pull funding from any state that does not comply with English proficiency regulations. That initially led to $33 million being withheld from California, which the state has also taken to court. Duffy's also said he's looking to withhold $24 million from Colorado if they do not address the issue with non-domiciled CDLs. There's about 8 other states that are currently under similar threats from the DOT. Of those 8, all but South Dakota and Texas are actually blue states, as they tell us. All right, see if Eagle's still with us this Friday morning. You hanging in there, Eagle?
Yeah. I'm still here getting ready for a big weekend coming up. Even though I'm going to be out on the road, I'm going to have to, I can watch it on my cell phone. I got the NFL channel. I'm going to watch the ball games this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, while I'm driving. Find somewhere to park. Watch some good games on this weekend. Should be an action-packed weekend. All 3 days. They got a game on Monday. Well, my Houston Texans play on Monday night against Pittsburgh. So that should be a good ball game. Hopefully, I don't know. I think Pittsburgh might have the advantage in that game because I think I'll check in the weather. Look like it's going to be cold. They're not expecting no snow on Monday in Pittsburgh, but it's going to be in the 30s or 20s. And Houston don't play too good when it's cold outside, so they think they probably got the advantage in that game. Pittsburgh, we'll see how Houston adapt to the cold weather because right now it's still pretty warm in Houston, 70, 80 degrees, so they got a big temperature change. And like I say, cold. Warm weather teams usually don't do good when it's cold. I think it's going to be cold. Another good game is going to be Green Bay and Chicago. I think they play in Chicago, and I was looking at a video earlier of somebody in Chicago. It looked like it's pretty cold in Chicago right now, so that should be a good game with Chicago and the Packers, So I'll be watching those this weekend. Mm-hmm. But I wanted to ask you a couple of questions, Steve. Meanwhile, in the background, this shooting and that took place in Minnesota, a lot of people don't realize that, but I keep it up with some other things with Trump. Okay, they said that Congress, they passed this new deal that they took a vote and it looked like he came out on the short end that Donald Trump has to notify Congress before he can take military action again in Venezuela, Greenland, or whatever else place did you hear anything about that today?
That passed it passed, I believe, in the Senate this past day. I'm not sure. I think the vote was 52 to 47. It's a war powers resolution. The president's not real happy about it. I don't know if he has the ability to veto that or not.
Yeah, I was wondering. But knowing Trump, he doesn't care, Steve. And I don't blame the guy because it's too much infighting going on. And if Trump, he needs to just go ahead and do what he want to do until the midterms. Because the Democrats, they're not gonna vote for nothing with Donald Trump. And like I say, meanwhile, if it was up to Chuck Schumer's and the AOCs and the Crockett Steve, Maduro would still be in power right now because I'm almost 100% sure that Congress wouldn't have allowed Donald Trump to go into Venezuela. It would have been just back and forth. And meanwhile, Maduro's still selling his drugs and doing everything. He got his people held captives. Sometimes you just have to say the hell with the rules and go ahead and do it. So, like I said, I wanted, if I was Donald Trump, I wouldn't. I'd say I don't care about Congress because you can't trust those people anyway. But there's another question I wanted to ask you about, and that's the impeachment process. I've been meaning to ask you that. Now, let's just say in midterms Donald Trump loses, okay, and the Democrats get back power. The Democrats have already said that they're going to take a vote to try to impeach Donald Trump. Now, if Donald Trump is impeached out of the White House, what happens? Does J.D. Vance become the president? Or what happens in that process if Donald Trump is impeached? Who becomes president?
Well, it'd be the same as it was the previous two times. It has to go through the House and then the Senate. Both would have to agree on the impeachment. I don't see it happen. The Democrats are threatened. First of all, they've got to win the midterms. They've got to take back the majority in both the House and the Senate. And quite honestly, between now and then, I think the way things are really beginning to kick in gear and move forward economically and all, I don't see I don't see Republicans losing the midterms.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, who would become the president if Trump was impeached? Who would be the president if it did happen? What would happen
if he were removed? Yeah, it would go on. Obviously, it would go to J.D. Vance at that point.
Oh, okay. So the Republicans still come up with the winner because I got just as much confidence in J.D. as I do in Donald Trump. I just want to, as long as the Democrat don't get in the White House, I don't care. J.D. he from the speech that he gave today, J.D. Vance still has the same priorities as Donald Trump. With the news conference he held today, he sounded like a real professional, like a president is supposed to sound. When they was asking him questions about Greenland and questions about this incident in Minnesota, he said the same things that Donald Trump said. So I have all confidence in JD could do the job if Trump is removed. So I think the U.S. is in good hands. Like I say, in 2028, as of right now, unless somebody else jumps out as a Republican, and I don't see that, JD is definitely going to get my vote because I think he would continue on the legacy of Trump, and he damn sure keep the border closed and keep America safe. Because people don't realize, Steve, do you realize how many terrorists, we've talked about this at the lower end of last year, how many terrorists are in America, and we haven't been attacked, and that's because Donald Trump has his people on the job, and they're out there arresting people. They got these terrorists on the run. They got the people investigate. Two of the attacks that were planned towards the end of the year, the Donald Trump's people got them stopped. So people in America, they ought to be happy that we got a man in the White House that's got our back and that has America's best interest at hand. Because if Donald Trump wasn't doing what he was doing, Steve, we would have another 9/11 because there's a lot of bad people in the United States, and Donald Trump is trying his best to get them out, even though the Democrats are trying to stop him. And all I can say, to a Democrat is, how do you sleep with yourself at night? How do you go to sleep at night knowing that you're trying to stop a man from getting a drug deal killer, getting a child molester, getting a man that's rapist. How do you sleep at night knowing that you support somebody fighting against a man that's trying to get these type of people out of the USA? And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, there. Eagle, have a good, enjoy your football this weekend, right? Have a good time, and we'll talk to you next week.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry, you can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
I don't know if you caught it or not. Right on the heels of the president signing a memorandum to withdraw the U.S. from a global climate agreement. This past day, yet another executive order ordering us to exit some 66 different international organizations. So let me start with the climate agreement. We will withdraw from the international agreement that has served as the foundation for global efforts to rein in climate change for 34 years. The pact includes every other nation in the world, making it one of the most widely adopted international frameworks still in force. Meanwhile, the president said he's signing a memorandum directing the U.S., as I just mentioned, to exit 66 international organizations and treaties that no longer serve American interest. A lot of this is United Nations stuff. What do we see here? The executive order directs executive departments and agencies to stop participating in and funding. There's a total of 35 non-United Nations organizations and 31 UN entities that the administration concluded operate contrary to our interests, security, economic prosperity, or sovereignty. Now, the action follows a review, they say, of every international intergovernmental organization, convention, or treaty that we belong to, fund, or otherwise support. The withdrawal will end American taxpayer funding and involvement in entities they argue advance globalist agendas over our priorities or address important issues so inefficiently that federal dollars would be better spent elsewhere. In a fact sheet, the White House said many of the targeted bodies promote radical climate policies, global governance, ideological programs that conflict with our sovereignty and economic strength. American taxpayers have spent billions of dollars on these organizations with little in return. Some of these groups actually criticize U.S. policies, advance agendas contrary to American values, or fail to achieve any meaningful results despite the large budgets. Congressional Research Service reporting on U.S. contributions to the United Nations system has noted American support is delivered through assessed dues from the United Nations regular budget and peacekeeping, along with voluntary contributions to agencies, funds, and programs, meaning funding withdrawals can have broad operational impacts even beyond the specific entity targeted. This is the administration's most expansive pullback to date from a multilateral agreement, extending the president's long-running argument that these international commitments must produce measurable benefits for Americans and not constrain U.S. decision-making. The White House said Trump initiated this from the World Health Organization, withdrawal of the U.S. from the World Health Organization and the Paris Climate Agreement immediately, framing both steps as necessary to restore national sovereignty over public health and energy policy. White House also said the president notified the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development on day one that their global tax deal has no force or effect in the U.S., while directing an investigation into whether foreign tax rules are extraterritorial or disproportionately target American companies. Now, the broader posture includes steps to leave or defund politically charged United Nations bodies, including a February 2025 executive order withdrawing the U.S. from the UN Human Rights Council and prohibiting any future U.S. funding for the UN Relief and Works Agency for the Near East. Now, the White House said Wednesday this is designed to save taxpayer money, refocus our resources toward America first. Things like infrastructure, military readiness, border security, ending what it views as subsidized hostility toward U.S. interests. Now, they did not provide a detailed public roster of all 66 organizations covered by the withdrawal, but said agencies have been instructed to wind down participation and funding consistent with the memorandum's directives. I'm curious. I'm kind of anxious to see 66 or, we've been saying for years that what the hell does the United Nations do for us? We should pull out of the UN and we'll kick them out of New York for that matter. We'll get back after a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Protesters in Colorado Springs held a vigil for Renee Good. That's the 37-year-old mother killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis. Video shows her trying to run down the agent with her vehicle, but demonstrators say she was unjustly shot.
Justice for Renee! Justice for Renee!
Lawmakers of the area are calling for ICE to leave town. Russia has rejected President Trump's 20-point peace plan for Ukraine, opposing Western troops as part of a peacekeeping force. Ukrainian President Zelensky warned of potential renewed attacks and urged citizens to follow air raid alerts while international efforts to stabilize the region continue. Wall Street closed mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average jumped 270 points. The S&P 500 rose less than a point, and the Nasdaq dropped 104 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I don't know. Someone out there suggested. Just they hadn't. It said, when did the president ever say anything about taking Greenland by force? Well, he did, and obviously in both sides of the aisle. He had top from the Politico just yesterday. The top Republicans on Capitol Hill, breaking with the president over his threat to seize Greenland. An unusual show of dissent that underscores how seriously the president's allies view this, stating Trump is not ruling out military coercion to take the self-governing island. It's Danish territory. a part of NATO. Several leading defense hawks dismissed that option, contending it would do lasting damage to U.S. allegiances and strategic interests in Europe and the Arctic. The Senate Armed Services Chair, Roger Wicker of Mississippi, said this is a topic that should be dropped. Don't even talk about it. Mitch McConnell, who leads the Senate panel that controls defense spending, argued it would amount to trampling the sovereignty, respect, and trust of our allies. The pushback following comments that White House spokesperson Carolyn Leavitt made on Wednesday about the president considering the possibility of a military takeover should diplomatic efforts fail to purchase Greenland. To which she responded, quote, "All options are always on the table for President Trump. The president's first option always has been diplomacy, though." So that simple statement enough to say, well, he's not ruled it out. And several times in recent weeks, he said he will not rule it out. But that's what many of our callers this morning said, come on, don't say that kind of stuff. Be realistic. Even earlier this week, Marco Rubio had to kind of walk things back. Rubio said he's actually going to be meeting with Danish officials next week to discuss potential options for Greenland. That rhetoric, the White House rhetoric, concerned even Republican lawmakers who rarely break ranks. Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina called the White House comments demanding ownership of Greenland amateurish, absurd. Despite its small military, Denmark has deployed forces to some of the most dangerous kinetic combat zones, particularly Helmand Province in Afghanistan. Sustaining this level of risk over more than a decade reflects a serious commitment to NATO and a serious commitment to the safety and security of the United States. Several Republicans have endorsed the idea of the U.S. expanding military cooperation with Greenland, increasing the American presence there, but veering away from any discussion about any sort of military action. Senator Mike Rounds kind of laughed off the idea that the president would actually annex Greenland by force, stating it would be great if Greenland decided they wanted to become a part of the United States, and if Denmark said, we understand the reason why you want it, let's make a deal. But it would be under appropriate conditions. We're not looking at doing a military operation. I'm saying that, not looking at it. Several Republican senators framed the White House stance as really just a negotiating strategy, merely a tactic to pressure NATO to take Arctic security seriously. I don't know. There's always this 3 or 4 dimensional chess going on with this president. He loves to negotiate. And his negotiating tactic is, I'll use the full spectrum of possibilities to enhance my negotiating position. Senator Tom Sheehy of Montana said, to compare what we're willing to do against Iran or Venezuela, comparing that to Greenland and our allies, it's just not real. Of course, the Democrats jumping on that, contending the president's threats against Greenland should be taken seriously after the surprise raid to capture the Venezuelan president Nicolas Maduro, like he would do the same to them. So I understand where many, like I said, this morning saying, don't say things like that. Don't say it out loud. I mean, if you're going to have discussions behind the scenes. All right. Meanwhile, rest of the story. Today, there will be a meeting between a handful of big oil executives discussing what they would be willing to spend in Venezuela. Yesterday, the president said he believes they'll spend at least $100 billion. Ahead of that meeting with the executives today, President Trump said, we're going to meet with the biggest oil people in the world, Companies are expected to rebuild the whole oil infrastructure in Venezuela and can collectively spend at least $100 billion. That pitch, as Venezuelan oil production remains well below its historical peak. Years of underinvestment, mismanagement, sanctions. Industry analysts say restoring output, repairing aging facilities could require large capital outlays and an extensive amount of time. However, experts and insiders have expressed skepticism about the scale and the speed of these projected investments. Some officials, industry officials, say the U.S. oil majors are rather cautious about re-entering Venezuela without any sort of guarantees. We've been burned in the past, and there's ongoing political uncertainty there. But the president's comments reflect the broader White House ambitions to re-engage with Venezuela's energy sector, following the shift in U.S.-Venezuela relations. Ramped up oil production and investment could benefit both Venezuela and U.S. energy markets. See what kind of details they can work out today there. And earlier this week, we also had a bit of a change of tone in regards, I guess the president had kind of, after sweeping in, capturing Maduro, his wife, he made some comments about Colombia's president, like, you may be next on the list, bud, watch your mouth. President Trump changed that tone Wednesday, saying that they had actually had a friendly phone call and invited the president of Colombia to the White House. President said it was a great honor to speak with the president of Colombia, Gustavo Petro, who called to explain the situation of drugs and other disagreements we have. I appreciate his call and tone. We look forward to meeting in the near future. He said that meeting would take place at the White House. That's just a matter of days. Yeah, again, in the wake of the operation in Venezuela, said that Colombia is very sick too, accusing Petro of making cocaine, selling it to the United States, before adding he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you. And then someone said, well, are you saying U.S. intervention is possible there? To which the president said, sounds good to me. It's just, the constant rhetoric. Does it ever end, right? Let's see if Tom, I believe, joins us this Friday morning. Tom, what's on your mind?
Good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Happy Friday.
Same to you. The Greenland deal. I like I said, Grump. I understand Grump. I like Grump, but everybody has opinion. And the other guy, the guy giggles a whole lot, the cop guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he says people won't speak out against Trump. Trump was my president, and it is his president. The story is, I don't like everything Trump says, but I'm not going to sit around and bash him and put him down. And because he's the president, and he's trying his best to keep us all safe. Is he going to make mistakes? Yes. Has he made mistakes? Yes. But we can all sit here and bash him and put him down, but that's not going to fix the problem. I still believe in what he's doing. My grandson, he's going in the Marines in June. He's accepted after he gets graduated from school, and I'm concerned about him, but my grandson, I've had this talk with my grandson. He said he'd rather be in there than out here because he knows what he's dealing with. In there, he's prepared. Mm-hmm. Out here, he's prepared for nothing. But that being said, you got people like Grump, and I like Grump. Grump's a smart man, great man. But there you go again. You need to shut up, Trump. You got to sit down and shut up. No, he doesn't. Now, don't misunderstand me. You read some stuff, that the media keeps it going. They're the ones who keep it going. Trump, if you ask him something, sometimes he gets ahead of himself and he doesn't think before he talks. There's no doubt about that. But the man means, like they say, he says what he does. He means what he says. And he does what he says,
Mm-hmm.
And like Eagle, Eagle, American Eagle. He called it. He made sense, I don't understand it. And like the other guy, like I said, nobody's going to speak out against Trump. That's not true. I mean, I'm not afraid to say if Trump does something wrong, but I'm not going to sit there and bash him because he's not perfect. But I'd rather have Trump doing what he's done than good old Democrat.
I think we would all agree on that. I don't know. I wouldn't say I'm not bashing. Pappy's not bashing. Yeah, we're just kind of calling a spade, right? You maybe think before you speak. Once the words come out of your mouth, there's no way to take them back. You can try to correct it later, but just maybe think a little more. And that's not bash. I mean, I'm 100% behind what he's doing. And we're just sharing he's the deal maker, the art of the deal. That's what he likes to do. He likes to throw out some of this rhetoric. I mean, trying to say, to the Colombian president, before even speaking to him. Yeah, he's not going to be doing that very long. I'll tell you that. That sounds like a threat. Yeah, and then they have a conversation. Was it necessary to do that? It's not bashing the president, but hey, Tom, I appreciate you listening to the program. Obviously, he's paying attention to what everybody's saying, right? Good to have you with us. Hello to Steve in Columbus. What do we have? Good morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners out there. Hey, the best day of the week is here. Looking forward to the weekend, that's for sure. We have plans to meet up with some friends, dinner Saturday evening. Looking forward to that. But first, the coffee's hot, the car's ready to go. Time to head into town, see what the day brings us. Everybody enjoy your day. Okay, Friday indeed it is. 844-844-3388. There's another, I guess, something pretty big that may be coming down today. We're not for certain, and that is in the case of the Supreme Court. They're going to hand down some rulings. There's a lot of expectation that one of those rulings may be a ruling on the president's tariffs, the legality of the tariffs. Will they overturn the tariffs? It may not, but again, most of the analysts think that's going to be one of those rulings coming down, which has company executives, customs brokers, trade lawyers all bracing for this ruling on the legality of the tariffs. And if they do not rule with the potential fight over obtaining maybe $150 billion in refunds from the U.S. government for duties that have already been paid in the event that he loses. Anticipation that the court will actually strike down the tariffs that the president imposed under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, rising after the November arguments in the case where it appeared both conservative and liberal justices alike voiced skepticism about whether that law gave him the authority to do this, to levy the duties. Now, again, the expectation is the ruling will be coming down today, but as the custom is, the court has not said what case or cases they will actually be unveiling or acting on. Some companies anticipate, even if the court invalidates the tariffs, the president's not going to make it easy to get refunds. It's not in the government's DNA to give money back, and Trump wouldn't want to give money back. The CEO of Danby Appliances, which is a Canadian company that sells small refrigerators, microwaves, laundry equipment through some of the big box stores like Home Depot. Now, the products are made in China and other Asian countries that are targeted by the Trump tariffs. If Danby can get their $7 million back, Estel said he's also concerned that maybe Home Depot and their customers are going to want to cut. It's going to be a big dog's breakfast, meaning it's going to be a mess. President Trump, the first to invoke the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose tariffs, a law that's historically been used for imposing sanctions on adversaries or freezing their assets. But these tariffs have generated some $133.5 billion in estimated collections between February 4th and December 14, the date the most recent data is available. The current total is estimated to be approaching $150 billion based on the continuation of the average daily collection rates. A technical change disclosed by Customs and Border Protection on January 2nd that will shift all tariff refunds to electronic distribution effective February 6th raises hopes that there could be an orderly process here. Now, this is just assuming the court overturns the tariffs. While the move stops short of hopes by importers for a fully automatic refund, it does kind of signal that Customs is prepared to move forward with refunds if the Supreme Court does, in fact, rule that way. A Customs and Border Protection spokesperson did not respond to questions regarding how they would handle a ruling against the tariffs. They did say in a statement, elimination of the use of paper checks for refunds would speed up payments for their ACE electronic portal. I mean, the scale of these refunds is unprecedented for Customs and Border Protection. The Treasury is accustomed to quick distribution of hundreds of billions of dollars in tax refunds annually. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has voiced confidence he believes the Supreme Court will actually back the president. That would be, again, potentially a big ruling coming down the pike here at some point today, Friday.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting? Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Hey, let's say hello to Buster for the first time in the new year. Happy New Year, Buster. What's going on?
Happy New Year, Steve. Happy birthday, number 5, Sunday night. Hope Captain Ron will still be our first caller on Fantastic Monday. Things are going good. I'm the most senior man now in K-Town in package division. It's crazy. I've been asked every day this year since January 2nd if I want a day off. And I've got a skin doctor's appointment on the 13th and a dentist appointment on February something. And I'm going to tell them, I said, don't call me, I'll call you. I'm going to work every day I can to get my retirement and my vacations in for 2027. 156 reports, get your certification.
Yeah.
But yeah, times are great. AI ladies coming in nationally a week from now. I guess we're winding it down. They're expecting it to be done by tax day or April 22nd. So I'll give you a good update in Mats in 1st of April. I hope, Steve, that these callers can. I would love to see Ranger show up. I just think we should all just get over it. I mean, word is, Kevin's going to show up. My gosh, that would be an honor. We're so appreciative of you, Steve, and I do like when one of the new callers called in, asked about your show, and you said it. It's more like a magazine. It is, my brother. You and your father did well with the WLW, and now you've carried it on, and Ryan's doing a hell of a job, and I'm just excited to find out the list of stations on the AM or FM that we can turn to. Maybe my buddy in Iowa can pick up some skip.
Mm-hmm.
So I know you've been asking for that to have a list somewhere. So just get on the website so we can do the pod. I'm still giving out your phone number. Also, the gentleman who's a legacy WLW gentleman who has the cabin up there on the very top, and he promised me that when he's going to invite you and your sweetheart up there to his cabin. I asked him, but could you just make sure I can come up for the dinner party or just something? But he said, yes, sir. I don't want to be called sir, just call me Jim. But so it's all some good times, Steve. But yeah, magazine. Run it by them. Maybe we're going to introduce that to man, Steve Summer Overnight Drive magazine, because you were awesome, man. I know sometimes we don't call enough.
The news magazine, yes. We cover the spectrum, right?
You're awesome. Happy birthday, Steve. Give my best to Princess.
All right. Well, thank you much. It ain't my birthday. That was October. Oh, I think he's saying happy birthday because it's going to be like the birthday of the show. We're going to be kicking off year number 6. 5 years officially in the books here. I guess you could say this Friday morning, our anniversary day. Technically, it's Sunday, so and come back Sunday night into Monday morning. We indeed will be, hard to believe, kicking off 6 years, coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. Have a safe weekend, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour Sunday night into Monday morning.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.